body of the drawer. This is a mini drawer, and you can use different colors and styles of filament to actually print these. But just to give you an example, here is a drawer with a single open bay. I'll just put that at the top. Also, you have one with two. I'll put that in the middle. Then you have one with four, and I'll put that on the bottom. In between, I have some colored in orange. And so you can organize based off of color, based off of compartment. It just all depends on what you want to do to create your organization. So for my number 2 reason why you should give 3D printing a try is the open possibilities. There is so many things that you can do with a 3D printer. Here's an example of a headphone holder. You just slide this on the edge of your desk or edge of a shelf, and guess what? Hang your headphones right on top. Here's an example of something that I use for several projects. This here is a Ryobi battery adapter. And what you do is you plug your Ryobi battery inside of this, and then you can take the back and transfer that power to whatever you want. For certain projects I need to sew. So here's an example of a spool holder. And I'm just gonna move these items here so you can see the spool holder. Okay? And what you do is you just assemble it. Put the pieces together like this. Okay, just like this. Very simple. And then now you can actually have your spools here and then put the thread right through here and get to sewing. There's also fasteners. So for example, here's a screw fastener, and they come in different colors and sizes you can print them in, but you can make mechanical things as well too. So something like this is very cool. Okay, you can 3D print screws or mechanical things that move and function. One thing I like about 3D printing is you can basically make your own designs. This is one of my original designs right here, and what this does, this holds the vacuum battery for a Hoover portable vacuum. It's very easy to use. All you do is take your batteries and slide them on the holder. And there you go. All your batteries are in one centralized location, and it keeps them nice, neat, and organized. You can see with all three here, they're very organized and out the way. And so this is how I like to use 3D printing. So this 3D printed battery part, the single part, will be available on CLOLearnshop.com for download if you like to print it yourself. Or if you own this particular vacuum, you can also purchase this battery holder at CLOLearnshop.com. Well guys, I have to admit, I had a blast going over this video, and hopefully you'll be able to check out 3D printing for yourself. CLOLearnshop.com also will sell various 3D printed items on the website. And once again, I'd like to say thank you for watching. Share this video with a friend. Stay close to God. Have fun 3D printing. And guess what? I'll see you on the next video. Take care. Video is all about 5 tools that I absolutely love that I 3D printed. Hey, this is O with CLO Ed TV. Hopefully you've been enjoying the videos on the channel. I really appreciate the views and the comments. And I wanted to do this video to talk about 5 3D printed tools that I really like. I'm a full-time hobbyist and YouTuber, and also finding out that there are tools that you can 3D print has not only saved me time and trips to the store, but it's also saving me a lot of coins. So I'm going to go over 5 tools that I've actually used in projects that I do off camera and on camera, and also some other recommendations. So let's go ahead and get into the video. Okay, so the first tool I want to talk about is this protractor. Now, the only reason why I 3D printed this is because I had a protractor, but I couldn't find it. And so I had to go on Thingiverse and 3D print one. And this particular one is by Noe, okay? And I'll leave the link in the description below for each tool that I go over. But this one prints in 2 pieces, and all you do, I just printed the pointer a separate color, but there's a notch here, and you just slide it over the hole and then slide it down for it to lock in place, and it's very sturdy. And there it is. And then it rotates on an axis right there. Alright, and so the videos that you can see that I use this on is the coffee table build and also the desk build. When I was welding the legs up, I needed to measure the angle of the A-frame of the desk and also to make sure that the legs were true on the coffee table. So this is what I used to actually measure to make sure I either had a 90-degree angle or whatever angle that I wanted to set to weld the legs up. So I'm going to leave this as my first tool that I really enjoy. I encourage you to just go on Thingiverse.com and figure out not just the protractor, but different measuring tools that you can actually use for your projects. Okay, so for the next set of tools, I wanted to talk about these quarter round jigs. This corner round tool was developed by Peter Lanoe, and I'll also leave the link in the description below for this corner round. Basically what you do, you just set these on your flat stock of wood, you clamp them down, and it allows you to cut a radius with a jigsaw, or either you can use a router and you can actually cut your corners. Another thing I love, they come in different radius size. So this is a 20 millimeter right here. I also have a 0.5 or ½ inch size, but you can actually print these in different radius angles and get different size radiuses around your tables, chairs, or whatever you're building when you're working with woodwork. Okay, the next tool up that I really enjoyed was this push block. And you can see in the video here that I actually use this push block to cut the stocks of wood I was working on for this project. But I definitely love using this push block. This is a $40 or $50 push block online, but as you can see, it has a nice grip. It actually has these tabs that adjust where it can go onto the stock and you can push the wood through. And this particular one is designed by the push block that I originally designed. I didn't know which designer actually made that, but I will leave one that has remixed the same design, which is Maker Thing 2. So the one you'll see in this picture here will have all the bells and whistles that you will find in a push block like this. But it was really easy to assemble. There's a couple of bolts that hold the handle down. You can't see that because I put this, cabinet rubber in there to keep the good grip on the wood. So stuff like this is very expensive but necessary if you're doing a lot of woodwork, especially with a table saw. So this is the next tool that I really love and found to be extremely useful. The next one up is pretty important, and oddly enough, when I was shopping for this particular tool, I couldn't find it in Lowe's or Home Depot. So I had to go to my 3D printer and actually print this tool out, and this is an edge bander trimmer. This particular edge bander trimmer is designed by J Max, okay, J Max, and I'll leave the link in the description below for this particular trimmer. And it works very well. I use it on a couple of coffee tables that I made, and you iron on that edge banding on the side of the wood. You take this tool, line it up, and you just trim it off real nice and neat. And it works better than some of the trimmers that I've seen in the stores. This is a tool that I found as a necessity if you're going to be doing a lot of woodworking, and you can just head over to the 3D printer and print this thing out. So definitely check out this edge banding trimmer. Okay, the next tool I wanted to talk about is one I'm actually using currently. I'm actually redoing my patio and creating some concrete pavers. I'm pouring new pavers. I'm actually pouring some concrete pavers, and I wanted a smooth round over on my concrete pavers. Thus this little mini concrete edger. And don't be fooled by its size, because this thing worked like a charm. When I was sitting edging the pavers, and I'll leave a picture right here so you can see it, it actually left a really nice rounded over edge, as you can see it right here. And I'll just bring it up a little bit so you can see it. It left a nice edge on that concrete paver. Now, I didn't even feel like going to the hardware store to pick up one or spending the money. So I just headed over to the 3D printer and printed this bad boy out. Now I printed two, one so you can see how it's assembled. But here you can tell that you can just glue it here, and that's all I did. I used hot glue, and surprisingly the hot glue held it down. But they recommend that you use acetone with the 3D print, and it makes an adhesive and makes it stick. So that's another way you can attach it. But for example, concrete edger. So if you're doing masonry work, this is a great tool to use when you're making your slabs or pavers, a concrete edger. Okay, I do have a wild card and a bonus, which is this. Dun, da, da, da. Okay, what looks like not much that's attached to this block of wood, this is actually a DIY lathe. Now, in the picture that I'm going to share here, you're going to see that it's all 3D printed, but I made an adjustment where the 3D printed motor mount was. I went ahead and just cut a few pieces of metal and welded this together to make a more substantial mount. And the reason why I had to do that is because I was using a more powerful motor. But the 3D printed one worked fine up until the motor got hot. But that's not the point of why I'm bringing this up. The point is making your own power tools and actually experimenting with different types of tools. If you look on Thingiverse, they have everything from belt sanders to drills that you can actually 3D print and assemble. So the benefit to this is you get to learn how to do a little manufacturing, a little bit of assembly, but also you get to make a useful tool and understand how it works. So this was what sold me to go ahead and get my wind lathe, which I'll point to the video here, where I made some knobs to go on a cabinet dresser that I made from recycled reclaimed wood. Now, had I not learned how to work a lathe with this first, I may not have bought my wind lathe. So stuff like this is awesome and it's great. You can go on Thingiverse, find all sorts of tools and things that you can use. So this is an added bonus right here, being able to create and manufacture your own power tools. So these are the tools that I found very useful. And what do you think about the video? Are there some tools that you would like to see me use on the channel? Or are there some tools that you have used that you have found very useful? Definitely put them in the comment section below so viewers of this channel can definitely check out those tools. That way anybody who views the channel can check out those tools and try them out. Got a couple projects in the works, but you'll be seeing that on the next couple of videos that I do. So if you like the channel, definitely subscribe, hit a like, and drop a comment in the comment section. Also share this channel out with friends and family. Also, if you would like to support the channel, there are support links on the screen and also in the description below. Guys, I always appreciate you tuning in, supporting the channel, and guess what? I'll see you on the next video. Take care. Hey, this is O with CLO Ed TV. Today we're going to be unboxing the DL Energy R300 portable power station. I've been looking for a power station to basically use for my daily electricity use, to power my devices and TV. And so I did a lot of research, and this is the portable power station I decided to go with. Inflationary trends show that the cost of goods and services will continue to go up as time goes on, especially countries with a fiat-based currency. One way to hedge against inflation is to supplement your utilities with green energy. We're gonna go ahead and do an unboxing. If you would like to pick up this portable power station, they are available on Amazon.com. I was able to get a 40% off deal and with an additional $20 off coupon, which brought this down to about $169.99. I'll leave my affiliate link down in the description below if you would like to pick one up. All right, now let's open this thing up. Okay, right off the bat, you have your manual here. Got it here. We got 1 box, 2 box. Go ahead and get this out. Okay. Nothing else in the box. All right, here we go. Now, I've been wanting to get one of these for a while. I do have a solar setup, but these type of things help supplement that, and they're really worth the value. You save a lot of money in utilities by supplementing with something like this. So here we have the DL Energy 300 watt. Okay, here we have the battery pack right here. I guess this is the AC outlet pack, so you can charge the unit. Okay, so what we have in the box, we have 2 separate cords. One is to charge this with a cigarette lighter. So if you have this in your vehicle, or you take this with you on a camping trip, as the box says, or if you just have a tailgate or a cookout or something, you can take the cigarette lighter and cigarette lighter charge port and charge the unit. All right, so not least, if you're having a solar panel set up, and I also give you a link below to where you can get a solar panel to hook up to one of these. These are the solar panel cables. You connect to it, positive, negative, and then you also plug it in the same charge port. So basically they give you 3 ways to charge your unit. All right, and get an angle at this angle here. So basically what you have is you have different ports here on the unit. Very nice, clean looking unit. Okay, and another thing about this unit is there were 2 versions. One version was the orange and black version, and I decided to go with the black on black version. I thought it would look a lot more modern and a lot more clean. So this is the version that I went with. So some of its features, you have your 2 110 AC outlets. You also have 2 USB-C, and you also have 2 USB-A type ports. You also have 2 12-volt DC outs, 1 DC input, cigarette lighter port, and emergency light in the back. Okay, once the unit is on, it'll give you an indicator of how much percentage of battery you have. It has a visual battery and also a percentage. Right now it's charged at 96%. When you first get the unit, it'll be charged at about 60-65% because it can't fully charge it when it's shipping. But this can charge all the way up to 100. You have your hours. So this indicator tells you how long, whatever you plug in to charge or whatever you use, how long this unit will last before it's totally drained. And on the left hand side, this tells you how much watts you're using and also how much watts are being charged into the unit. If you decide to pick up the unit, the user manual will give more details as to many of the features that this unit can do, but I'm just going to go over some basic general ones, what it can charge, how to charge it back, and also the benefits of having this and the use case scenario for something like this. Okay, now we're going to do a small example of charging a device, and I'm going to go ahead and plug it in the cell phone, plug it into the unit. Go ahead and press the USB-C charge unit, and then your device will start charging. As you can see, as the wattage goes up, the amount of hours it will last goes down. You're not going to be charging your phone for 47 hours. It may only take you 30 minutes to get your phone to a full charge. So you're not going to be using the entirety of this amount of hours. So you can get an idea that this battery really lasts a long time. Let's talk about the DC side. Now, there are tons of USB-C and DC accessories that you can buy that's on the market. I know you've seen these all the time, multiple USB cigarette lighter adapters. Now, if these 4 ports are not enough, you can go on the DC side and plug in your adapter in order to use the DC side. So here, as you can see, I turned the DC side on and the cigarette lighter is now lit, which means that you can duplicate or multiply your charge ports on this unit. This unit can charge multiple things at once. So we're actually going to be running a retro FC, charging a cell phone and running a TV. And then we're going to check out the wattage and see how much everything uses individually and together. Okay, next we're going to plug up the cell phone, and when we plug that up, you're going to notice that the watts are going to go up. So I went from 10, and it's going to work its way up to probably about 18. Yeah, it works its way up to 18. So we added 8 watts to the charging, which will bring it down from 15 hours down to 12, 13-ish hours. So the more devices you add, the less charge time you're going to get. We're going to also plug in a third device. So as you can see, we're running a video game, charging a cell phone, and running the TV all at the same time. And we've only went down 1% on our battery pack. So it went from 96 to 95. Okay, one thing I wanted to point out, in the menu of your TV, there's something called the backlight. There is a setting in every modern LCD TV or plasma or 4K TV, and it's called your backlight. So if you want to extend your range as far as your portable battery pack and how long it lasts, and you can adjust this setting. So we're going to go into the settings and see if it actually brings down the wattage use of the TV. And right now it's on 12, which is in the middle. But if I go down all the way to the lowest setting, we're going to say 0, just to see if we can still see the TV somewhat, and we can. So it went from a solid 10 watts to down to 7 watts. So by turning it all the way down, we saved 3 watts, and we could still watch TV and extend our time. So we actually gained 2 more hours, from 15 to 17 hours, just by turning down the backlight. So let's just talk about what happened. We used the backlight setting in the TV to actually turn down the wattage usage for the TV. It was actually 10 watts of power that it took to run this TV, and now it's gone down to 6 watts. And if you notice, our runtime hours went up from 15 hours to 18. So that's a little trick you can do if you're using something like this, or if you just want to lower your electric bill. Turn down the backlight of your TV, and it will extend not only the range of your portable battery bank, but it'll also lower your wattage and power usage to run the TV. So indefinitely, you can run this TV for 18 hours. So let's say you watch 2 hours of TV a day, YouTube, social media, and you just, put on the TV or play a game for a couple hours. You could run this for 9 days, period, without even recharging. The next part I want to go over is how you charge the R300. Well, there's 3 ways to do it. One, you can use an AC adapter outlet. This is the main way that I charge my unit, because I have a solar setup that runs AC power to the house. And so I plug this into the extension cord running from my solar, and that's how I charge my unit. You also can use a solar panel directly, or a portable solar panel with this plug right here. You just plug it down here into the charge port, and that's a second way to charge. And also, if you, like I said, if you're camping, tailgating, or you have an emergency, you got to run a CPAP, you got to charge an emergency radio, then you can plug this into your car and also plug into the charge port as well. I want to make this note that you do not need a solar panel to use this unit. I only use a solar panel because it allows me to use free electricity, or electricity generated from the sun, to recharge the bank, and that way I can use the bank on the devices I use on a daily basis. You can plug these in your wall outlet and actually use this in an emergency. When the power is out, guess what? You can pull this out and charge everyone's devices in the house, charge your laptop, cell phone, tablets, put a CPAP machine on it, a heated blanket. If it's cold, you need to warm up real quick, go ahead and plug that heated blanket in. But this can be used just for emergency. But you do not need a solar panel to charge this, although it is one option. So the way you calculate how much charge you're putting into the battery bank is you are going to put 45 watts in based off the power brick. Now this takes up to 65 watts, but typically 45 watts is what you're going to get. So 45 coming in, clippers and cell phone takes about 13 watts. So you subtract 13 from that 45. So that leaves you with 32. 32 watts of power is still going into the unit, and you're using these clippers. Translation, 45 watts coming in from solar, your electricity use is only 13 watts. That means you have a surplus of 32 watts. If you can use 45 watts of power continuously for the day, that's a light, charge a cell phone, run a laptop, and possibly run a TV. And you do that on a daily basis, it costs you $0 to run it. 50 bucks times 12. Just to make it simple, you're saving about $600 in a year. So say you want to buy a used vehicle, buy a new, go on a vacation. You wanted to save and invest that money for a rainy day. After 3 years, you've got $1,800, almost $2,000 that you would have been thrown away anyway using electricity. This unit can run everything from blenders, TVs, video games, charging laptops, cell phones, tablets, camera batteries, radios, iPods, anything that you can think of under 300 watts, this will run. Now, if you're trying to run anything that uses above 300 watts, I would say in that 280 watt range, then you want to up your portable bank into something larger. But 1 or 2 of these for the family when the lights go out, or if you want to just get into solar, you want to buy you a portable solar panel, then that will be a great option for this unit right here. If you haven't seen my video on Ryobi powered solar up here, definitely click it and check it out. Also, if you haven't seen my video on flame powered electricity, also click the same tab and you can check that video out as well too. Renewable energy is a great thing. I've enjoyed it over the years, and I will continue to teach and show the benefits of solar energy and other forms of green energy from here in the years to come on, from family and friends. So definitely check those 2 videos out if you haven't seen them. Also, if you haven't subscribed to my channel, definitely like, comment, share, subscribe. And also, if you would like to pick up the DL Energy R300 on Amazon, you can click on my affiliate link and go ahead and pick a unit up for yourself. Stay close to God. Hope you enjoy your day. And guess what? I'll see you on the next video. Peace. Welcome to CLO Ed TV. Today we've got another washing machine video. Stick around. Hope you enjoy. Before we get into talking about this machine, I'd like to say this entire video, including the sequence of us washing our clothes, is going to be powered by solar energy. Everything you're seeing in this video is powered by green energy. Yes, we're using solar today using our DL Energy or Go Labs R300. That has been a major powerhouse. Not only is it powering the lights, camera, and everything in this video, it also powered our washing for our washing machine. If you would like to purchase that portable power station, links will be in the description below. Also, if you would like to see my review on that portable power station, check out this video right here. Now let's get into the review of this bad boy. Now last week I did a review on the Temu/Amazon portable washing machines, and those are great for travel, RV or van life, or if you just want a portable solution to wash smaller garments. Now today we are going to talk about a much larger machine, and as you can see, those machines actually fit inside of this particular washing machine, and I found that to be interesting. So I can literally fit both of those machines into this one right here, so your capacity is much larger. One thing I love about this machine is you don't sacrifice washing capacity. You also use way less wattage that you would in a regular washing machine. also that it's lightweight. When I say lightweight, what washing machine do you know that you can lift up like this? I don't know one, but this is great. I mean, literally, I'm lifting a 25-pound weight. There it is right there. And this weight weighs more than this washing machine does. Okay, I just like to illustrate the size comparison. I mean, this machine is literally half the depth. I have this machine sitting on top of my old full-size washing machine. I mean, just look at this. I mean, if you're reworking a space and you need to cut back, you literally could open up way more space in your wash closet, or washroom. So in this case scenario, this is a great advantage to a washing machine like this one. I just want to illustrate the size here so you can see. Literally, the full-size washing machine is 25.5 inches, which is about 2 feet. The portable washing machine is about 14 inches. All right, width-wise, for the portable, you're looking at 23 inches, and width-wise, 27 inches on the regular washing machine. So you're literally saving half the space with the portable. Okay, I wanted to do a quick overview of the machine. This machine will come with a fill line. I don't need it because I use a hose to fill the wash chamber up. Here you have a deep 10-liter wash chamber. And over here you have a spin dry chamber, comes with a lid. Also here they have a way that you can have it drain, and both the wash and the drain via this drain hose right here. So when you're ready to drain, one thing you do is make sure it's on drain, drop this line, and the water runs out. When you're ready to drain, you just set the dial here to drain, and then you drop the line and the water will run out. This machine literally only weighs 25 pounds, so this is very convenient. So if you're not really that strong, you literally can grab this, lift this up, and move it somewhere. And I know moving in the past, I would have to move my bulky washing machine and dryer, but something like this, you literally could fit in a back seat. You could fit this in the truck bed of your truck, or, you know, a small vehicle can literally put this. This is about the size of a person. So this is an awesome, awesome machine. Over here on the left-hand side and on the right, you have 2 fill lines, but I never use these. But you would install these if you want to keep it stationary and just want to use your regular hoses to literally fill these machines up. Over here you have your washer time, and you just literally turn the dial and it will run your washing machine for that time. Here you have your settings for gentle wash, normal, and drain. And over here you have your spinner time, which goes up to 5 minutes. Okay, on the back of the machine, it has some information here about the washer, although the model number won't be in the back. And down here you have your cord. So if you are using AC power, this is what you will use here. So it uses about 200 to 220-ish watts to wash, and about 110 to 114 to spin dry. All right, let's go and talk about who this washing machine will be useful for. I have my spec sheet here, and we're going to go over some of the cues. Here we have the Cosway 23103-CYWH model. It weighs 16 pounds. It's a 25 by 15 by 28 inch machine. It has high efficiency and energy efficiency, and we're going to get into that more as we get into the video. It is a portable machine, and I will talk about the advantages shortly when you have a portable washing machine. Before we get into testing this machine, I want to talk about who this machine will fit. If you are definitely moving from different apartments or condominiums, and you're constantly having to move those big, bulky washing machines and dryers, this may be a great solution for you. If you're looking to save on water and electricity, this washing machine may be for you, as it takes very little water to wash the same amount of clothes that it would in a larger washing machine. If you're a full-time RVer and don't want to deal with a smaller washing machine such as this one, and you like to wash blankets, pants, towels, this may be a good solution for you. Also, if you're moving, nobody wants to move these big, bulky machines from an old place to a new place. I don't care if it's a house or whatever. So this I literally can lift with my own strength yet it has the washing capacity of a large size washing machine, and really you can't beat that. If you are a college student and you have a dorm, not only can you and your roommate wash clothes, but you'll be able to save a lot of coins going to that laundromat by washing your clothes in something like this. Even if you stay in an apartment complex and they have a washroom, sometimes people are already washing their clothes and there's a limited amount of washers. So what does that mean? You have to wait, go back down, see if everybody's done washing and drying their clothes, and then you get your turn. With this, you don't even have to worry about waiting in a line or waiting for somebody to finish washing their washing machines. Plus, you're not spending any quarters using this. Now that I've talked about who this machine might be useful to, we're going to go ahead and get into how to use the machine, its performance, and then I'll give you my final thoughts at the end of the video. All right, let's get into it. All right, let me talk about my solar setup real quick. I've got two charge controllers here. One is going to one set of solar panels, one is going to another. So with this one I have 400 watts going in. With this one I have 150 watts going in. And both of these are going into the battery. This is just a, RV marine battery, small. But also I salvaged a lot of these wires. So I just used what I had, but I'm gonna have to upgrade some of these wires to a little thicker gauge wire so I can dump more power when I need. Here's the CLO Energy R300. I've got it running from the AC port all the way into here, and that's keeping this thing charged. Okay, so we're at 63 and the washing machine is using the wattage here. Okay, today we're using the CLO Energy R300 to run the washing machine. And I just wanted to bring you in. I wasn't completely charged when I started. So it's at 68, now it's at 65. And you see the up spike. So it's about 256 watts at the peak, and then it cuts down. So it's not a continuous wash, it just runs that cycle on and off. See how it hit just zero? Okay, and also we got an overcast. This is what I've got coming in on solar here. So when the clouds come, it kind of covers it, hits it, and shuts off, and then shuts back on, but I'm still getting charged. But when those clouds clear, I basically get full charge. So I got 13 watts, 14 watts coming in to this single battery right here. So it's pretty simple. Okay, so I have these two tied on one, then I have these two tied on the other. Just so you can see, 1, 2, 3, and 160 watts, 15 watts a piece. Okay, so I have a small extension cord running from the battery bank all the way up to the machine, and this is what you see using that wattage. I got a big load in here, so it's cleaning really well. And then later on I'll show you how the spin dryer works. Right now I set it for 15 minutes, it's on 12 minutes now. Alright, so I'm gonna let that do its thing and we'll come back. Okay, the wash cycle is now done. So what I'm gonna do now, I'm just gonna wring these clothes out, and then I'm gonna put the new clothes in because I think I can get one more wash out of this. Then I'll drain it, show you how that works. Then I will take both of them and rinse them all in one, then drain it again, and then I'll show you how the spin cycle works. One thing I love about this is it's a huge capacity. So I got 5 shirts, probably about 8 pairs of underwear, 6 pairs of socks, a couple of tanks, and a couple of under tanks, that goes under the shirt. So I got about 6 of these, 2 of these, 5, 8, and 6. Okay, just showing you what the water looks like after the wash. So it looks very dirty, and it does get a lot of that dirt cleaned up. All right, for the next load, I got a lighter color.
So I'm gonna wash these, and like I said, I got pants this time and towels. So we're gonna do this second and do the towels last. But that's what I love about this machine, because you can do jeans, sheets, and all sorts of stuff, like big towels. All right, let's get to washing. All right, I'm gonna start the wash, and if this isn't enough water, I'm gonna fill it with some more water. Then I'll show you how I actually fill it. I think that's gonna be enough water to wash it. So I'm gonna let this wash, then I'm gonna check how clean or dirty the water is. If it's too dirty, I'm gonna dump it, show you how I fill it, and then after that, we're gonna do the rinse cycle. All right, catch you in a little bit. Okay, if you see bubbles, I added the Buff City soaps powder to it. So now I'm gonna take these out, drain these out, wash the towels, and then I'm gonna show you how to drain out the water. I probably only run the towels for 6 minutes because I'm on battery. It takes 250 watts to run it, but I'm only putting 55 watts of solar in, so I am losing power, but I'll talk more about that later. So let's get these drained and get the towels in here. Let's get to it. Okay, I've just wanted to talk about what has happened really quickly. So if you look here, this would be a good example. I'm getting 13.6 watts going in. Now, if I have overflow, I can press this button, and as you can see, I have another controller here to divert the power outside of the battery. I don't want to do that right now. I want to use all the power I can to go straight into this battery. Where my system has limitations is, let's show you over here. The Deal Energy R300 only allows a maximum of 60 watts to come in. My system can probably send way more than 55 watts, but this is all it can take. So as you can see, when we first started the video, we were at 68%. So this is ran 3 wash cycles at 251 watts, and this thing is maxed at 300. So it's a great system, definitely. If you want to run this without draining your battery, you're gonna have to get a bigger system. All right, so right now we're at 41%, but we started off at 68%, okay, when we first washed. So we use about 20% capacity to run 3 cycles. So we got to run 2 rinse cycles, so it's probably gonna bring it down to 30%. Okay, now I get charged from 55 watts up until maybe 6 o'clock, and from 6 to 8 I can get another 9 watts of charge for those last 2 hours, so I will be able to fill it back up to 100. So that's just kind of what we got going on here. Not to ramble on, but only got from my system 13.4 volts, about 150 watts on this side and 400 watts on this side, but I can only put in 55 at a time with this portable battery bank. All right, let's get on to the washing. Okay, the towel wash cycle is done, so we're about to drain it. I'm gonna show you how to drain it next. Okay, so all you do is simply turn this knob to drain, and then you take this tube right here, and then you're gonna lift up the tube and set it down. And there goes the drain. Now you can also drain this on spin cycle, but that's all you do. Just wait, let all the water drain out. See what that's looking like on the inside. And I'll come back and show you the inside when everything is drained. Okay, so I'll take you on the inside. As you can see, that is a lot of dirt that has accumulated. So after I rinse, what I'm going to do is go ahead and wipe this down with a washcloth and get it all clean at the end. Also, there's a filter here, and sometimes you're gonna have to clean this out. So after the end of this, I'll clean this out and then put it back in here. All right, so this is what it's looking like once the water is drained. So now let me show you how I fill it up for the rinse cycle. Okay, this is my little rain barrel setup. I'll tell you more about that later on in the video. But as you can see here, I have a water pump. This thing carries a lot of good pressure, moderate pressure to the rain barrel. So I just take this out, put that in there, and then I run a regular water hose all the way to the washing machine. So if you're interested in this pump, after I show you how it works, links will be in the description below. Then we just fill it that way. So rainwater here, put the water pump in, and run it to the machine. Okay, to activate the pump, all you do is plug it in. That's it. All you gotta do to have the water spray. Now, see, I'm rinsing the sides down, and I think you can take the top off, unscrew it, and really get in there and clean if you want to. So I just let that thing fill up. So I rinsed it out. I'm gonna close this. Normal. This bottom rung right here, that should be enough water to rinse the whole, both loads of clothes. I'm gonna just close the lid. This is one hack I like to do. Just set the hose in there, and then the lid holds it down so the hose won't fall out. So that's how I do that. In the manual, they'll tell you how high to fill it. You can fill it all the way to the top. But what I like to do is just go like a little bit to like that first one, and that should be enough to rinse the clothes. Okay, so this so you can see the pump working and the water level. Now these are good for pumps that you can remove water from flooding and stuff like that. So if you got a basement that floods, you can use one of these pumps to move the water out. But I just use it to pressurize my water for my daily use. Okay, as you can see, I'm just above. I kind of filled it to the second line, but that should be enough. All right, let's get to rinsing. All right, for this first one, I'm gonna do a 5-minute rinse. Come over here, set it to that second dot. All right, and after everything's said and done, I'm gonna show you how much water we use and then how much our solar bank is used. All right, so that way you get an idea how much it costs to wash all the clothes. All right. Okay, I'll show you how the spin cycle works. Take your clothes. I'll show you what this is for in a second. So just take your clothes, lift the lid up over here. You know, you don't have to do this. I mean, to dry, get some dry as you want, but I like to give them a little squeeze before I throw them in the dryer. When I say dry, I'm talking spin dry. All right. I like to hang my clothes because it's free, it's fast, and let the sun do the work. If you gotta hang them inside, like I said, I left that collapsible hang dryer, and you can get that in the link in the description below if you need one. But yeah, you just get a simple hang dryer like that, or go old school and get you some clothes hangers, or you know, whatever you got. that you can hang your clothes and it won't damage your clothes. I'm gonna take you over here to the basket in a second. Go ahead and stuff this thing pretty good. And just like any spin cycle, you want to make sure that the clothes are in there nice and balanced. I think that's almost full. Let's see what else I got in here. Let's see. I might have to run two. So I'll tell you what, I'll leave these in here and then I'll show you how the spin cycle works. So you want to take this right here, put this over here inside, make sure it's pressed down in there. I close both lids, and then you just turn the spin dial for however long you want. I'm gonna set mine to 5 minutes. All right, let me bring you closer so you can see. Now another good thing about this, there is a safety feature. So if you lift the lid, the spin cycle will stop. All right, so I'm gonna let these spin dry, and then I'm gonna pull them out so you can see how dry they get. One thing about the spin cycle, it's very quiet, doesn't make a lot of noise at all, so that's really nice. Okay, so I just wanted to show you how much the spin cycle is actually taking. So it's about 113, 114 watts. So it's a lot less than your watch cycle took. Okay, the spin cycle is at 0. Let's see what we got. Just gonna lift the lid up, go ahead and take your little top off. And really, it's pretty much dry at this point, you know, with a little dampness on it. So I'm gonna collect these, go ahead and get these in the bag. And we're gonna cut back to the second rinse, and then we're gonna talk about the machine. Now I just wanna get in close to show you that the rinse basket is basically bone clean, bone dry and clean. So there's no residue, no dirt in here, which means the wash side did what it's supposed to do. So at this point after the rinse, there's no dirt in here, no dirt at all. All right, so that's really good. All right, second load is rinse. All right, so we're gonna take it over to the spin cycle. One pair in at a time. If you wanna do towels, you can do probably 2 or 3 at a time. But jeans and pants, I recommend, or dresses, I would say dresses you probably could put maybe 4, but jeans 1 at a time. Washing machine uses. So I'm gonna go ahead and put this on a full 5 minutes, and we'll come back after it spins out. Okay, so this is what it sounds like on full speed. I'm gonna tell you that R300 power station is doing a heck of a job right now. So we're on our second load of clothes, and when I say they dry, it's just a little dampness. It's pretty much dry. These will be dry in a couple hours. So clothes smell great. All right, we're gonna get these on the line, and then we're gonna show you how you spin the towels out and then the pair of pants. All right. Two, set it down again. Let it drain. Show you a picture of that, or a video clip of that. So I just set that down off to the side. Okay, now we can run the spin cycle. So we'll come over here, set it to 5, and it's on its way. I want to show you in the drain trap. As you can see, they got 2 screws there, so that way you can clean off any hair or any debris that gets trapped in there. Also, same thing right here. But I'm just going to take the rest of the rainwater and give this tub a good rinse, and I'll show you how much water I have left. You can ration your water better than I did, but I just had my clothes pile up, and I should have washed my clothes more frequently in a week. Maybe 1 load instead of having 3 loads to wash. But let's go ahead and get this tub rinsed out. All right, I'm gonna plug it up. said, I'm just rinsing the sides, giving it a good rinse. I can close this hose off real quick. I'm just closing the hose off to show you it doesn't take much water to get it clean. So I'm just spraying down a little bit more, then cut the pump off. And that's all it pretty much takes. So, try once again. All right, it slowed itself down. Let's see what we got. Now, I'm not as optimistic about this towels, but we'll see. Okay, yeah, it actually got them dry. Well, not dry, damp, but dry enough. Okay. These towels felt like a brick with all that water in it, but this machine did the job. I'm really enjoying this. Worth every penny. All right, we're gonna do the jeans next. So, easiest technique I found. Go ahead, fold them up like this, then fold them in half, and that's how you put them in there. Set it for 5 minutes. All right, and we'll come back when it's done. All right, let's see what the pants are looking like. All right, we're gonna set that back there. Okay, so this is pretty good. I mean, it's pretty much a little damp, but that's okay. They're more heavy material, and it did a pretty good job. So let's go ahead and get these hung up, and I'm gonna show you how I take apart the pump. Okay, it's real simple. You see a little thread adapter here. So you just take this, see if I can get this, loosen it up. Just like this. All right, the hose comes right off. And then that's it. Then here you can take the adapter off if you're fitting a bigger hose, but all you need is the washing machine, the yard hose, regular yard hose. All right. Okay, so this little pump did the job. Like I said, I'll leave a link in the description below if you want to pick this up. Now, if you want me to hook up a water meter to this, so that way you know exactly how much water I use, I'll probably add this in another video. But you can get those at Lowe's real cheap. I'll put a picture right here of the type of water meter you need to get. But yeah, so I really love this pump, and it does a good job. I've even washed my car and sprayed my house with this little pump.
If you're planning to wash clothes off grid and you need a portable solution that's within a great price range, and you can find these commonly at Walmart, Amazon, and shops and online stores just like that. And normally they'll have a coupon or a sale going on for these type of washing machines. So now we're at the final thoughts. I would highly recommend this style of washing machine for anybody. Even if you have a large washing machine, literally this has outperformed the clothes as far as cleanliness and as far as water usage and energy usage. So me personally, I have a full-size washer and dryer, but I'm not going to be using those anymore. I'm using this right here. The things I really love about it is I can literally lift this machine up and move it anywhere I want to in any location. I also like that I can run this off of a small 300-watt portable battery bank, and I can also run this off of solar. So I really enjoyed those features. I love the fact that it has a built-in spin dry. And with this spin dry, it literally gets the clothes almost bone dry to a very wet dampness. You can't even squeeze any water out of it. So I'd say within 30 minutes to an hour in full sun, your clothes will be completely dry. So this is great for people who already own a washing machine. This is great for people who are full-time RVers or van lifers. This is great for people who are in dorms or going off to college for the first time
and don't want to use a laundromat to wash your clothes. Or if you're in an apartment or home that doesn't include hookups, you don't need any traditional hookups to use this. Just like in the video, I just use a hose to fill the water up, and you can use a sink or anything to literally fill this up with water to wash your clothes. So there are a lot of advantages to this. Some other advantages are emergency prep. You may want to use a washing machine to clean clothes for medical uses. Also, if you have a grid down or power out scenario, you can't use those big washing machines to wash your clothes. They just take too much power. So you can pull out something like this and literally wash your clothes and keep everything sanitary with a portable washing machine like this. Also, if you have pets and you want to wash some of their toys or anything like that, you can throw those clothes in here and wash them. Also, this is just a good secondary or auxiliary washing machine to have, but I'm going to use this as my main washing machine because it's more than sufficient for my uses. Also, this machine seems to be, and I will say this is more of an opinionated advantage to this machine, is that it seems like the parts will be readily available and much easier to fix than a traditional washing machine. And I would assume the parts are even less expensive. So overall, I highly recommend this Costway washing machine. I really appreciate everyone watching, thumbsing up the videos, and supporting the channel. And if you enjoyed this video and haven't subscribed to the channel, please subscribe to CLO Education TV. We will also be coming out with more videos of DIY projects, also green living, and many other educational videos to help you along in your efficiency journey. Links and reviews for all three of these washing machines will be in the link in the description below. And if you would like to support the channel, there are other support links in the description. I wanted this video to serve as a way for people who are just starting off, that they will have options to wash their clothes in an affordable way and more efficient way, and to save money over time. If you would like to support this channel, links will be in the description below. And stay close to God. I'll see you on the next video. And guys, I gotta get out of here, wash some clothes. Peace.
Charles Chuck Harrison, born September 23, 1931, was an American industrial designer, speaker, and educator. He was known as one of the first African American industrial designers of his era. He was the first African American executive and lead designer at Sears. In 1961, he started as a designer in the company and eventually became the lead manager of the entire design department. He was responsible for designing 750 consumer products. This would include a portable hair dryer, toasters, stereos, lawnmowers, sewing machines, craftsman's power tools, and much more. He also envisioned and produced see-through measuring cups, fondue pots, stoves, and the very first plastic trash can. His most notable achievement was his recreation and redesign of the 1939 Viewmaster, his version being in 1958, designing the classic Model F Viewmaster. The Viewmaster essentially would allow you to look at photographs in 3 dimensions, thus it was the archaic version of a VR headset. The first model of the Viewmaster was bulky and archaic. It was introduced at the World's Fair in 1939. The original Viewmaster only sold with minor color variations and color changes for over 40 years. These things could be found in households throughout the world. Charles Harrison admired 2 specific designers, Charles Eames for his chairs and furniture designs, and Elliot Noyes for his product designs, primarily typewriters for IBM. Chuck was born in Shreveport, Louisiana on September 23, 1931. His father, Charles Harrison Sr., was teaching industrial arts at Southern University in Louisiana. When Charles' family moved to Texas in 1936, his father became a senior professor at Prairie View A&M University. Coralie Smith Harrison had to go back to Louisiana to give birth to him. Reason being, at that time, many hospitals did not welcome blacks.
Harrison's father and grandfather were both carpenters. This had a major influence on Charles's ability to engineer. In 1945, the Harrison family moved to Phoenix, Arizona, where Harrison Sr. taught shop at the Phoenix Union Colored High School. After Harrison Jr. graduated from the same high school in 1948, he briefly attended City College of San Francisco, where he was told that his furniture designs lay in art. Thus, he headed for the Art Institute of Chicago. Harrison also attended George Washington Carver High School. When integration became law, George Washington Carver High School had to close. Integration came into law in 1950. George Washington Carver High School is now become a museum celebrating the contributions of African Americans. Harrison Jr. was very active. He played basketball and tennis and also participated in band and chorus. Charles attended the School of the Art Institute of Chicago from 1949 to 1954. He had earned his bachelor's degree of fine arts. Henry P. Glass, one of Charles's undergraduate professors, was a high-profile industrial designer. Harrison was inspired by Glass, so he allowed Harrison to study within his studios. Glass proved to be Charles's greatest ally and asset while he was attending college, and also he was able to meet his future wife at the college. 2 years later, he returned to pursue his graduate degree. He later transferred to Illinois Institute of Technology to complete his master's degree in art education. He received his master's degree from the Art Institute of Design in 1963. Harrison was drafted into the United States Army and posted to Germany. He served 2 years in the topography unit doing spot mapping and drafting. During segregation, it was hard for Harrison to find employment in the United States. He had the mind to push through and be consistent, although it was very difficult to pursue a professional career. After serving 2 years coming back to the United States from Germany, he started looking for work at design firms. He interviewed at Sears, but the conclusion was that they couldn't hire him because he was black, or at least that's what he was told. The hiring manager liked Harrison's work. Although he couldn't hire him, he decided to offer him freelance work on the side. Henry Glass actually gave him his first design firm job. Charles would work on furniture designs. Charles would give Glass credit for teaching him about detailing, drawing, and production, as well as the business elements of the trade, such as client relations. For several years, Harrison worked for the Ed & Klein Association and the Robert Polo Association. During his time with the Robert Polo Association, he would be responsible for improving and updating the Viewmaster toy. He made it lighter, more durable, and much easier to use, something easy for a child to pick up. Simplicity was a hallmark of his work. Because he was dyslexic, he wanted to make all his product designs intuitive so that way no one would have to read the instructions to learn how to use it. In 1961, Sears was ready to offer him a job. Thus, Harrison became the first African American executive ever hired at the company in Chicago headquarters. Harrison worked for Sears until his retirement in 1993. Harrison's favorite design was the invention of the plastic garbage can. What made this plastic trash can unique was the minimal decorations and also the unique texture that was on it. What he had invented and created was a system. The trash cans were for the first time being able to be nested within each other, which made it easier for companies to ship. The advantages of his design were it didn't occupy a great volume of space and it could be shipped with a small vehicle. It also didn't require much warehouse space. The lid and the handles were molded at the same time, which cut down on the tooling and molding process. These design improvements saved a lot of costs to the end user. During his retirement, Harrison taught part-time at the University of Illinois at Chicago, the School of Art Institute of Chicago, and the Columbia College of Chicago, and made it a point to mentor students of color. In 2009, Harrison was awarded an honorary doctorate from the School of Art Institute of Chicago. He was also awarded the Lifetime Achievement of National Design Award by Copper Hewitt, National Design Museum, the Smithsonian Institution. He is also the first African American to receive this accolade. His work was also featured alongside other African American product designers at the Design for Life Black Creativity 2007 exhibit at the Museum of Science and Industry. He was also awarded the Focus on Design Lifetime Achievement Award. He was also awarded the Industrial Designers Society of America's Life Distinguished Service Award. During that same year, he wrote his memoir, A Life's Design, The Life and Work of Industrial Designers Charles Harrison, and it was published by Avis Designs. In 2000, Harrison's work was featured in an exhibit titled The World of Product Designers Charles Harrison at the Carver Museum and Cultural Center. Charles Harrison also created the UIC Osmosis Charles Harrison Scholarship to achieve and bridge the gap between minorities and excellence. Harrison died at the age of 87 on November 29, 2018. The cause of his death was a bacterial infection. I consider Charles Harrison a designer at heart, I would consider Charles Harrison a highly accomplished industrial designer, engineer, and creative individual, a true hidden gem for all of us to enjoy. One thing's for certain, I'll be keeping my Viewmaster on my shelf with pride. If you enjoyed this documentary, please drop a like, comment, share, and subscribe. Also, if you would like to support the channel, there are support links in the description below. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for tuning in. And guess what? I'll see you on the next video. Take care. I wanted to open up a topic for discussion to talk about whether electric vehicles are actually green. There's been a big push to move everyone from petrol or gas powered vehicles to electric. So we really need to ask the question, are these cars really green and will they help the environment? The first question we need to ask is, well, what do these electric cars need to run? Obviously, it's electricity. So mainly they can't run on instant or immediate electric, so they have to store that electric somehow, and that'll be through a battery. Now we got to research, well, how the battery's made. Of course, there's many battery technologies and types, but we're going to focus on the main batteries that are used in these vehicles, which is lithium-based batteries. Lithium just doesn't come from anywhere. So let's figure out where the lithium is derived. Well, first of all, lithium has to be manufactured in the form of a battery through a factory. That factory is powered by fossil fuels. The mining of the lithium itself also requires equipment that uses fossil fuels. So let's get a visual on that chain of events. Batteries are manufactured in a facility powered by fossil fuels. The raw materials are mined using excavation vehicles, which are also powered by fossil fuels. We're not even going to mention the environmental damage and health damage it does to the workers in this video, but let's just conclude that in order to create an electric vehicle, it takes mass amounts of fossil fuels to do so. If you take into consideration even charging the vehicle, that also uses the electrical grid, which is powered by nuclear and other fossil fuels. So it seems as if all roads lead back to fossil fuels. Well, you might say, well, just run it off of solar, just run it off of renewable energy. Well, let's take solar for example. One, you have to be in an area that has an adequate amount of sun. Typically, there's less than 12 hours of sunlight in a day, usually about 6 to 7 hours of substantial sunlight from the times of around 11 a.m. until 5 p.m. So anytime outside of that, you will not be gaining any solar energy. Let's also talk about the materials of solar panels are made of. Well, let's take two for example, the plastic and the aluminum. The aluminum is a earth metal that has to be mined. In order to mine aluminum, you have to use excavation equipment, And those excavation equipments are run by diesel fuel. And that diesel fuel is a fossil fuel, non-renewable. There are several factors that take into account using renewable energy sources such as geothermal, wind, and hydro. But those particular forms of renewable energy only occur when the laws of nature allow it, and only in specific areas. For example, if you live in Arizona, you might have adequate solar ability to power your equipment, but you won't have any wind. So wind turbines will not work well for you in that area. So those things have to be taken into consideration with renewable energies. Now let's talk about the plastic. I want to do an entire separate video about this because there has been demonization about plastics in the media, and really plastics have done more good for the environment than they did harm. Yes, I said it, and there's scientific proof to verify that. For example, food sustainability, also being able to reuse and recycle plastic into various similar materials. Also, everything from electronics to our everyday household items was made with plastic. This video was really to open up a discussion, and I would like for you guys to comment about this topic in the comment section below. We're not going to touch on the other issues as being able to charge the vehicle, find adequate charge stations, working charge stations, or other issues as the expectancy battery life of a lithium-ion battery. That's not for this video. It's just to get a general idea whether electric cars are actually green based off of their mining process, what's required to actually manufacture them, and also how long they actually last. So I just like to get a conversation going, guys. I'm not going to say whether they're green or not, but I want to let you guys decide. Isn't it great that there are platforms like this where we can actually learn new information and discuss topics like this? But all this wouldn't be possible if it wasn't for this man right here. That's right, Walter Lincoln Hawkins. In order for internet or cellular communication to occur, data has to be transferred underneath the ocean, and he invented a plastic sheath that goes around the data cables. Otherwise, the salt water would eat away at those cables, and without that plastic, we wouldn't be able to communicate or enjoy the internet as we do worldwide today. So that's some food for thought to consider. Is plastic really that bad? Are fossil fuels really that bad? Is it ethical to have a person die from cold, from frostbite? Or if a ambulance runs off of fossil fuels, is it so bad if that person stays alive? Or are many homes that are powered by electricity are also powered by fossil fuels? One would argue that maybe nature provides everything it needs for us to survive. So are we running out of fossil fuels truly? Or is it a politically driven argument? Let's say the #1 miners of lithium in the world are not from the United States. And as a matter of fact, we don't even mine lithium. So what is the real reason for the push for electric vehicles? There will be a part 2 on this topic where we'll actually go into detail the statistics, facts, and data that will go into more detail as to which source of energy will be the most environmentally friendly. Guys, thank you for stopping by and listening in on this video. I'd like for you to comment and give your opinions in the comment section below. And guys, thanks for stopping by. I'll see you on the next video. Take care.
O from CLO Ed TV. Today we're going to check out the 2021 Graphics Pro Expo. Up anything like that.
Sean with Engraving Solutions. Yeah, this is a clear sheet that machine cut out. They cut everything, whole piece down and engraved it.
Amazing. So how much does this machine like that cost?
That one's about $3,500 to $4,000.
Oh, okay, that's not bad.
Not
Yeah.
bad.
Oh yes. It seems like it's printing on like a textile printer.
So this is a dye sublimation printer. I don't know
Oh,
if you
dye
remember
sub.
with this mask on.
Okay, yeah. So
Sure.
you want to break it down? I'm familiar with dye sub. I actually got something in my bag, but
Okay.
I like to hear what you have to say on it.
Yeah, so I work for a company called Mamaki. We basically make printers for 3 different segments. Actually 4, I would say. Textile, UV, Wakanda graphics, IP products, and 3D.
Wow,
here
amazing.
we have, huh?
I said amazing.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting what you were saying.
Yeah, so here we have our TS100. This
Okay.
is our entry-level model. This is our latest machine that we just came out with actually this year. This is a 64-inch, and so those of you that are unfamiliar with the die sub process, it's a 2-step process where you print directly to transfer paper, and with a clamshell or roll-to-roll pounder press, you would heat press your design from the transfer paper onto fabric. So basically the ink goes from a solid, skipping the woodcut stage back into, a solid form and onto the polyester fabric.
That's amazing. So I guess how does it cure? I guess I'm curious to know because I know sublimation takes high heat, right?
Yeah.
So
You would heat press your design between 393 degrees Fahrenheit to 400 degrees. It just really depends on the textile that you're working with. The heat will vary, and also your time. But you would just basically heat press your design for like 60 seconds, and that will ensure that your ink is embedded into the fabric.
amazing.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right.
We're Soft Shirts. We're organic t-shirt distribution out of Greenville, South Carolina. Make 100% organic cotton t-shirts. So we wholesale and print shops, across the nation.
So if I need a shirt and I don't want to use anything synthetic, I can come to you, right?
Exactly, yeah. No synthetic, 100% garment dye stuff. We got short sleeves, pockets, non-pockets, long sleeve pockets, non-pockets.
Amazing.
We're technically a luxury t-shirt brand, just trying to compete at the normal t-shirt price.
So what's the selling highlight, I guess, of your
Selling point?
Yeah, selling point. Yeah.
I mean, honestly, it's just the feel of it. I
Okay.
mean, the name says it all. We're Soft Shirts. It's about that comfort, relaxing feel.
This is an actual company that I use, local company, WM Plastics. You want to share with YouTube land about WM?
Yes, W Plastics
Uh-oh. I'll cut it
has
out.
been in business for 35 years. We have inks, 3D printing ink. See our lovely shirt
Okay.
with our nice, soft, white ink. And heat transfer vinyl from Caesar. Not Sizer, not Sister.
Because we get that wrong.
Caesar.
Yeah. Amazing.
Hi, this is John from MacLeod. I'm John from MacLeod Technology, and so this is our Epson. This is a called MP2410. This is as fast as the Chinese printer that they are selling.
Wow.
So the first reason is the Chinese is the printhead has 400 channels.
Wow.
This one is 360. So this is like a 10% slower, but this is pure Epson.
Oh, that's amazing.
Easy to maintain, easy to manage. Okay?
Alright.
And this is the 3rd generation powdering machine. So it powders, it cures, but the most important is the powder is auto-rotating.
Oh wow.
So you don't need to attend to anything.
Oh, that's amazing. No
Just print
maintenance.
it in the manual process.
Oh, okay.
How to manual powder that with the manual powder conveyor dryer.
Okay, I'd like to check that out. So, well, that'd
So
probably be
this
messy, yeah.
So this is
okay.
actually paint ink.
Okay.
Okay. So all you have to do is powder it like this. And remove the excess powder and drop it to the conveyor dryer.
Oh wow, that's amazing.
It counts, it's already a transfer.
That's not.
So that's the manual process. This printer, Epson, can print 24 hours non-stop.
Wow.
It has a special characteristic called splashing box or spit box. So instead of stop and do the cleaning, he doesn't stop. He just spit and come back printing.
So it don't waste ink.
It's less risk too. That's why it can sustain printing 24 hours non-stop.
Wow, that's amazing. Thank you so much.
All right, sir.
Yeah.
Tell me more about your shirt. You can introduce yourself and just tell me about your product and your shirt, and we'll do a circle around.
How y'all doing? I'm Panama Red. I'm actually the owner designer of Milani Ismail. This is part of my clothing line. My ape is actually my drone. I take my drone and turn them into real live art that you can wear. This is 8X. It's also homage paid to my heritage, which is part Indian.
That's awesome. Can I get a shot of the back? I noticed there was some graphics on the back and the side. Oh, that's awesome. All right, that's awesome. Get to sleep. So you use this machine right here, right? This is the what's the name of this
This
machine?
is the DTF Director Film. I have a smaller version of Director Film, but I also use embroidery. This is part embroidery Chanel
amazing.
patch. And we also got some DTG stuff that we use. But for the most part, I'm with the DTF. That's a new movement now. It actually costs less. It's much more compact. You can get the steps done a lot quicker.
Awesome, awesome. Well, I appreciate you letting me get some footage.
You're welcome, my man. I appreciate you.
All right, take care. Yep. So how do you break down the design? Can you break it down for me? Because I'm kind of curious.
Once you break, okay, so when you're designing it, you break down the designs as shapes. First of all, you want to illustrate. Yeah, you structure shapes, and then when you're on the computer, you can make everything different colors. Send it over to the cutter, and it cuts that specific layer. So this yellow, put it cut all together. So that when you lay it down, I can just match it.
Okay, so how do you get the glossiness? Like the how's that glossiness?
So this is Deco Gloss.
Deco Plus.
Deco Gloss.
Oh, okay.
It is a glossy thing.
I had a.
Basic color, super glossy.
So all this is vinyl HTV? Wow, that's amazing. This is really nice.
You can really make it happen.
Yeah, I'll come around here. Excuse me. Okay. So you said the faces glow in the dark?
Yeah,
That's amazing.
So they glow in the dark, this glows in the dark, all of that.
It's
Super
amazing.
crazy.
Can you break this down? This was so awesome.
Okay, so
Right here.
this is it's glossy green and luminous flex, which is glow in the dark. So I wanted to do like a matrix thing, and most people, I mean, they would shun away from this because of how much weed they have. Every number is weeded out, and then trying to put it together where you don't have any negative space either is kind of hard. But once you finish it, you get this effect. So
That's awesome.
yeah. So I mean,
Okay, so this is the HTV section here. As you can see, nice quality designs.
Yeah. Yeah.
I really like this koi fish. I'm about to ask how this one was made. It's got the Japanese.
This is Kaylee from Express Grading today. We have the QS 2536, and then we also have like the dryer and the little pallets and stuff, and then we have that ice cream right over there. So let me just
Okay.
We started on the QSE 536. It's a new way of screen printing. There's no darkroom, no emulsion. You don't
Wow.
get messes all over yourself. Unless you're a klutz, then you probably will. The reseal frame.
Okay.
So all you do is you just unscrew it, and then right now we're using 120 mesh. You don't have to use 120 mesh.
Okay.
And then you just go ahead and you put the mesh in there, and then just screw back together like you're doing right now.
Okay.
That's the easiest process. And then right here, put your
Is this where it cures, kind of like, or?
yeah, this is where it burns it actually.
Okay.
Put your frame right in there, and then you get your design. Your design is on here. And then you just press start, and then it just burns. It burns the screen.
Awesome.
And then from that screen, you put it inside there. And I think you just did an example of that much stuff, but we're gonna go over here.
Yeah, sure.
All you can do is like get one of these little papers or get a shirt, and then you get your ink, and then you press it down, squeegee it, and then that's it.
And then cure it. Okay.
Yeah, so that's a really fast process, not like too difficult and like that. It's just, it looks intimidating if you look at it. It's like, oh, but it's like, it's 10 years old, but it's like a new way of thinking.
Well, that's awesome. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
All right.
Mercari UV flatbeds. Okay? What's cool about UV is since the light cures it, we can stack up the ink and we can make texture.
That's amazing.
All of that texture is UV print.
That's amazing.
Okay.
I can see the layers in it.
Right. And it's not hard to do. This is simple to do. So this started off as a JPEG. Okay? We put it in Illustrator, do trace outline, and I did it on acrylic so you can see the EPS file on the back side of it.
Oh,
that's the texture.
Wow, that's amazing.
So what I do is I
For a dial, right?
That's actually goes in a submarine, a U.S. submarine.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's a real.
Oh, just clear ink?
That's just clear ink. That pattern comes from clear ink.
That's crazy. Yeah, it looks like just jewelry.
Exactly.
Like earrings.
Exactly. I mean, it's actually for fishing, but there's a company that buys the same thing. And makes
That's like a lure. Oh, yeah, that's right. 'Cause
Right.
the fish like
It's
to
a
grab
spoon.
the reflection.
It's a spoon, yep.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yep.
Got sand carbon over here. It's amazing the layers on that.
JDS is a distributor. We don't make any of the products. We show them all decorated, but we sell them blank. So we sell our products to people that have equipment to do a final embellishment. So like they would buy this from us and it would look like that. And then after they laser it, they would put company logo, that kind of stuff on it. So all this stuff that we sell goes out to people, and then they do an embellishment on it, and they sell it to their customers.
So these would be basically samples of this on the wall.
Examples of what it looks like. But yeah, we like I said, we show it all decorated, but we sell it all blank.
So what's your most interesting piece that you have here that you've seen with your products on it?
The thing that's gone crazy is all the drink. This stuff has just gone crazy. The water bottles, this was the last stuff we introduced, is these water bottles. They come in 40, 32, and 20 ounce. These are nice little water bottles, great for kids.
Okay, yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah, so these have been super popular.
So what, this is like in full color, so what process was done?
So if you've ever seen a printer, when the print head goes back and forth, there's that bright purple light right next to it.
Right.
That's UV light. So it's spraying the ink down and drying it right in the same process, and that's what does that.
Awesome.
Yeah, very cool process.
Thank you for sharing.
All right.
All right, so we are vertical mill and located in Concord, North Carolina.
Okay.
We have over 1,000 employees, 1,000 sewing operators in Egypt, where we actually make our textile goods. We have no minimums and 2 to 3 week turnaround time.
Okay, so is it all sublimation or?
It is all sublimated goods.
Okay. So are you looking for any interns?
No, not at the
Okay.
moment.
All right. Thank you. Okay, this one turned out awesome. So today we're actually going to do some engraving. I've got some photo albums and also a few Bibles that I want to add a little customized touch to. So basically, in order to do this, we got to go ahead and take the measurement of what we're trying to engrave on. 2, we put it into the software. That way we can actually design the engravings. And then lastly, we upload it to the computer connected to the laser and go ahead and burn it on the objects. So let's go ahead and get started, and I'll fill in details as we go. All right, let's get to it. Okay, so the first thing I want to do, I'm not doing any spine engraving, but these are the items I'm going to engrave on first. So I'll start with the photo albums first, and then I'll come back and do the Bibles. All you need is your ruler, which I've got right here. So I've got my ruler right here, and we're going to take the bounding measurements and then the engraving space. Now with the engraving area, I want to come a little bit in, sort of like a margin in this darker region. So I'll go in probably 1/2 inch or less on each side, and that way I'm in the safe zone and it will always be in the center. Okay, so I'm going to repeat this 4 more times off camera, and then we'll come back with the measurements. Okay, now that I've got all my measurements right here, it's time to go into Inkscape and go ahead and set up the template for each book. Let's get to it. Okay, so I've basically designed this template to scale. So if you ever wanted to engrave on this specific Bible, this file will be available for download on my website. Let's keep it going. Okay, now that the blueprints are done for the basic frame of what I'm engraving and then the safe area of what I'm engraving, I can now place that item directly into the spot it goes in, and then I can go ahead and engrave on the item. So I'm gonna go ahead and make the design now and then send it over to the laser. All right, let's get to it. Whew, that was a ton of work. Well, I got the designs done on the computer. Now let's head over to the laser to get these books engraved. So we got the files loaded up. With the laser, you want to make sure that your exhaust is good to go. Also that you have a scrap material piece. That way you can test out the area first, and then you can go ahead and lay the book down and start the engraving. So let's go ahead and get that done. I'm gonna get a piece of cardboard. We're gonna get started with the engraving. All right, guys, so my hose adapter for the laser that I designed in Blender is finished. So all I gotta do is do a couple test fits to make sure that it fits and get this thing ready for tomorrow's video. Just an update, it turned out to be an actual perfect fit. So the hose fits perfectly. This is a basic dryer fitting hose. And since I have a Chinese built laser, the hose adapter is actually as big as that big hole right there. So this is perfect. This will allow me to adapt a more common, smaller hole size to exhaust the smoke when I'm using the laser. So it turned out great. Okay, so this looks perfect. So now all I have to do is get the actual item I'm trying to engrave and lay it in this template and then start engraving. Okay, I love how the engraving turned out. I'm going to show some cleaning techniques. Now, up here, I had the rotary settings when you using engraving on cups and mugs. So therefore, that's how the top messed up. But I'm going to go ahead and clean up the excess smoke markings and show what it looks like without the dark dust in there. Okay, here it is cleaned up. Like I said, this part up here was because I initially had it on a rotary setting, which is the incorrect setting for a flat piece that you engrave. But really this album was just a test run. It was an old album, and I just want to give everything a test run first before I move on to the next items. So let's go ahead and get some new items onto the laser. Okay, this one turned out awesome. It's definitely got like an embossed type of look down here. So you can actually feel it deep engraved in there. And I really like how that one turned out. So we're going to put this one up. I'm not going to film the rest of the engravings. I just wanted you to see how exactly the engraving process works. And now we'll just do the final reveal of all the rest of the engravings. Let's do it. I think the engraving really turned out great. Here's the back with a full scripture of Matthew 17 and 20. Faith the size of a mustard seed can remove mountains. And on the front, you can actually see it says live by every word of God on the left and a picture of the mountains on the front. I mean, it turned out very beautiful. Let me see if I can get a close-up. Just beautiful. On the back, awesome. With the smaller Bible, you can tell it has more of an embossed look because this is an actual leather. And let me see if I can get it close in. The koi fish, if I can get the details, turned out awesome. You can actually see the scales in the koi fish, very detailed, and the name. All right, very beautiful. I thought this was pretty significant, pretty amazing. How the engraving in this particular part turned out, especially the koi fish here. And I really think this is awesome. This adds a nice personal touch to the Bible, and this is something that'll be really nice to have as a momentum gift or just a custom touch to your own items. I decided to keep it simple with the photo album. So basically, you can tell that it's really into the photo album here. Very nice, and it will last forever. As long as this lasts, this engraving will last on this photo album. Engraving the Bible was something special to me, especially with certain scriptures that mean a lot to me, especially Matthew 17:20. With faith the size of a mustard seed, you can move mountains. And just living by the tenets of this book. The project was really fun to do. To add a custom flair or nice little touch to things like books, Bibles, photo albums, and things of that nature. I wouldn't have been able to do anything that I've done without the Lord's hand. And I really am thankful to the Father and also to you guys for checking out my channel. And I will always say, definitely, if you draw closer to God, He'll draw closer to you. If you would like to get this particular Bible with your own custom engraving, DM me at CLO Pixel on Instagram, or you can visit CLOLearnshop.com. There you will find this specific size, and you can get this as a gift, or if you want your own personal one, you can get your custom engraving. All you have to do is go to the link, fill out the form, and you'll be able to pick up your own. Well guys, thank you for tuning in. It's really been a pleasure. And remember, the Bible says that if you show faithfulness over a little, He will give you much. Guys, take care, have a blessed day, and I'll see you on the next video. Peace. The mold making process was a success. We have a flexible, brand new shoe sole. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. So we're at the point now where we're ready to pour the rubber. Right now I have a piece of melamine board underneath this, and I've cut these blocks of wood here. And what we're going to do is screw these down onto the melamine board, and that way it creates a box that holds these molds in place. Okay, so now we got the mold screwed down. Now one thing I want to mention, if you look in between these two halves, that's where the weakness or the runs of the mold can come from when I pour in the liquid, and it could spill out. So anytime you make a mold, I don't care if you're working with plaster, concrete, whatever you're making, plastic, you want to make sure it's sealed, okay? So I might run a bead of hot glue around the outside and maybe in between the seam to make sure that there's no leaks. But be sure when you're making a mold and getting ready to pour that you are sealing all the seams. And one other thing, make sure you have mold release, okay? So this is a silicone mold release, and when you spray in here and the rubber's done, you can go ahead and release that rubber sole real fast and quick. So make sure that you use a brand of silicone mold release. All right, let's go ahead and get that rubber poured. Okay, so these are some of the supplies you will be needing to make your soles. I want to go over this. This is the silicone spray, and basically you spray this in here. That way the rubber releases quickly. You also have your mold obviously here. Next up, you need some stuff to mix the poly rubber with, and you're gonna need mixing sticks. Also, you're gonna need some plastic cups, and I'll talk about that later. You're also gonna need something to mark these plastic cups with. Here are some colored flakes in copper, silver, and you also got like a bronze here. And the obviously dye I'm going to be using, which is a black dye for the shoe sole. You're also going to need your rubber, and I'm going to go over this in probably the 4th video on the different types of rubbers you can get. I went with Simpac 85 because of its durability, and that should last a long time for the shoe. And because this has an uneven mixture, I'm going to have to use a scale because this is 85 to 100%. So in one cup, you have to have 85 grams. In the other cup, you got to have 100. Okay, so now I have the right portions, 170 grams of A and 200 grams of B. What I want to do is get a bigger cup to mix these both in. This side is where the black dye is going to go, and let's go ahead and get that process going. Okay, so I used a lot of this dye on my epoxy table build, and if you want to check out that video, you can click on this link above. So I think I have just enough for these sole projects, but I'm going to have to get some more dye probably the next time I make another pair of shoes. I've settled on this charcoalish darker gray, and then what I might do is do a gradient for the second layer of pour rubber. I might make it a jet black. So we'll see how that turns out. Also, I might add a little flake in between. We'll just see how it looks and, you know, just try to do something fun. Okay, I've got my big mixing cup here, and I'm going to be using this big mixing stick. Now, before we can mix these two together, because there's only a 4-minute pot life, and then it starts to gel, what I need to do is go ahead and prep the mold over here. For this next part, all we're going to need is some silicone spray. And what this does is allows the rubber to come out the mold when it sets in. So we're just going to hit it with a little bit of spray. All right, now all we have to do is just wait 2 hours for it to gel up and solidify. Over here you can see it's very little bubbling, and like I said, those bubbles rise to the top, and you know those are going to be on the bottom of the shoe anyway. You're not going to see them. That's the part that's going to get glued to the shoe. But we just got to wait 2 hours, and after 2 hours is done, we can demold them and see what we got. Okay, it seemed like the mold didn't leak at all. This bond outside was a little excessive. Guys, all I got to do is unbolt this thing and see what we got. So let's go ahead and get to that. Guys, I have to say I really like this jig. whenever I make a new pair of shoes, I'm definitely going to be using this jig to make the soles. Okay, I just want to get this on camera right here. Good news is the sole's turning out very durable and looks really good so far. Bad thing is the mold is gone. I mean, it's totally destroyed, but that's okay. I mean, I can 3D print another one of these or come up with a better design so that way this releases. But the mold release, oddly enough, wasn't enough. I got to spray more on next time. All right, let's go ahead and get this sole removed. All right, ladies and gents, I am glad to report that the mold making process was a success. We have a flexible, brand new shoe sole. Now, there's a couple of things I want to address, and we'll talk about it right now. First off, with the sole, there is some discoloration on the bottom. And the reason for this is I had some old dye that was left over, and I'll grab the dye here. And it was basically caked up and dried out. This particular dye was old, and it did spot. It was some places where it was just caked up, and that's why there's a discolorations in certain areas, but that could be cleaned up. I can tell that this sole will be a very durable sole and will last a long time. I'm glad I went with the Simpac 85. That's this particular rubber right here, and I'll talk more about that next week. But overall, the sole is amazing, and compared to the old sole here, it's a direct perfect match. As you can see, it lines up perfectly. And then the only thing I have to do now, the next thing I want to talk about is what's known as the banding that goes around the sole. And I have to model and 3D print and make that. And I'll go into more detail next week, and we're going to go ahead and glue up and finish these shoes up. But as you can see, with the new shoe, this will be going on the base just like this. And this is going to really look nice once I get it glued up. Then I'll put that edge banding on the side, just like with this shoe. And that way that the shoe will be completed. Okay, the next thing I want to discuss is the mold. And right here, I have a pile of what used to be a mold. And the problem with this is I think I didn't have enough release agent. Guys, I must admit, it took almost 2 hours to just demold this. But here I haven't demolded the second one just for the sake of completing the video. But the molds work good for one-time use. And to me, because it worked, it is a success. But there are also some failures here. I intended to use this mold with the time I spent modeling it on the computer and 3 hours to 2 hours a piece printing these out. And I wanted to keep reusing them. So I don't know if it was my mold release, and I used this, which is also an old can of mold release, but I've in the past known this to be a pretty good mold release. And I don't know if I wasn't supposed to use silicone or should I use the poly mold release, I'm not sure. But this is stuck to this mold like a vice grip. And that's what you do not want in your mold. So literally the mold used to look like this. Now it's just literally piles of plastic. One side I had to melt. The other sides, like this gold, I had to pry away. And this is what's left of that mold, even though I can 3D print another one. So as far as the mold, I'd say it was a 50-50 success. It works. But if you don't put a good mold release or enough of this mold release, it's going to be a one-time use mold, okay? I wanted to come on this side about the mold box, and definitely the mold box was a definite success. So I will be using this repeatedly anytime I need to make a new shoe sole or mold something within that size of the box. So this jig turned out great, and I will be using this repeatedly. This is going to be its dedicated use. All right, guys, it's getting late. Hopefully next week I'll be able to assemble this shoe together, give it a test run and walk in, and do a final reveal. But that's what I'm saving for the start of the new year. Guys, I really appreciate you guys tuning in and supporting the channel. Definitely like, comment, share, subscribe. Also, if you'd like to support the channel, support links will be in the description below. And if you have any questions on anything that I use on the table to make this sole, just leave a comment in the comment section and I'll guide you through that. Guys, stay close to God and your loved ones. Enjoy your designing. And guess what? I'll see you on the next video. Peace. Today we're making this organizer. I just purchased an adapter set so I can change between different size propane tanks. In this video, I'm going to create organization so that way these adapters can have a place where I can access them easily and when I need them. This is the adapter set that I'm going to be making the organizer for. These are the 3 parts that come in the adapter set, and this is just a propane extension for a hose adapter for a heater that I have. So there is 3 pieces, and I'm going to make a holder just to hold all 4 pieces. So essentially the first step is to take your measurements. You want to make sure you're taking your time and measuring every aspect of the item that you're making the storage for. Then you write them down with the sketch as you go. I went ahead and measured each individual piece, and this is the layout that I settled on right here. So this is basically how I'm going to lay out all the parts. I'm also going to have a design where this adapter piece is not included, and this will make it, feasible for those people who end up picking up this set off of Amazon. If you're interested in picking up this adapter set, the link will be in the description below. I'm using Blender as my CAD software, and CAD simply means computer aided design. Right now I'm just speeding through the modeling process, but I will have courses to go step by step on how to do 3D modeling. Okay, essentially this is the completed design. One that holds the main 3 adapters, and then one that holds that 4th hose adapter. These are the lids here, and basically I work in a metric system for all my builds. You can use standard system, which is an American in inches, but I use millimeters and centimeters for pretty much all of my. One thing I like to do in Blender is make sure I keep all files active until I decide everything fits properly, and then that's when I go ahead and decide to merge the files together and get them ready for the 3D printer. So basically in your workflow, you never want to make things permanent. You always want to keep it fluid and test fit everything to make sure everything fits, and then you finalize everything. Alright, so let's go ahead and get these bad boys printed. What I love about this setup is I can go ahead, pick my adapter, put it into each slot, and now it's stowed away nicely, neatly organized, and I'll know where to find it, and I don't have to search around for it to be right there. I just pull this out and stick it right where each piece goes. Very neat and convenient. Hey guys, I really appreciate you guys watching this video. I really enjoyed making this organizer. I'm in the process of organizing my shop. Things like this will really help me become more efficient and be able to find stuff right away when I need to get to it. So I'll be offering an engineering course that will basically go through step by step on how to make things like this. This video is more of an abbreviated version just to show the process from start to finish, from measuring down to your sketches,
go ahead and use your CAD software and digitizing your models, printing them out, and then doing the test fits. So if you decide to pick up these adapters, I will have this file along with a lid to go on top available on my website at clolearnshop.com. I like doing projects like this because it allows me to practice and sharpen my engineering skills, and it also helps me become more efficient in organizing my workspace. Guys, thank you for tuning in. Be sure to be on the lookout for the next organizational video coming up right after this one. With faith the size of a mustard seed, you can move mountains. Take care.
We're here at Rocky Branch Park, and what we're going to do, we're going to check out some of the signage here.
Today we're going to be visiting Rocky Branch Park. I was commissioned for a sign job at that particular park, and without further ado, let's go ahead and visit the park first, and then we're going to get into signage, why it's important, how it can improve your business, and also what choices and decisions go into play when creating signs.
We're here at Rocky Branch Park, and what we're going to do, we're going to check out some of the signage here. So let's go ahead and get to it. We're here doing a fun activity today. It's called a plant identification. This is a great activity you can do K through 12, and botanists, what they do, they look at plant branches, leaves, bark, roots, and they can identify what different plants there are. So over here we have 30 or plus more different species of plants and probably 10 or 11 species of trees in this park alone. When you come to the park, you're going to see small signs like this. You can scan the activity at the beginning of the park or right here on this QR code. And as you can see, there's a number 6 here. So if I take my QR code and scan it right here, if I can get on it, there it is. It takes me to the activity. So it takes you to the CLO website, and you can look here and find out different information about each plant. And number 6 is the umbrella magnolia, and this is an evergreen right here. So with this tree, basically it's going to stay nice and green, and during the spring towards the summer you're going to see it start blossoming white flowers. The thing I love about this park is just the water. It's a great park if you like biking. I mean, just look over here, nice little creeks. You hear the sound of the water, very peaceful. Another plant, or tree we're gonna go over is beech. All right, so we're gonna check this next sign for that and the number for that. Okay, so now we're coming up on another plant, or this is a tree. You look over here, it's the American beech. All you gotta do is scan the number, and this one's number 13. And then you go to the website, the CLO plant activity. Then you scroll up and go to number 13. And it explains the scientific name and also describes what it is. You can identify this tree also by these diagonal shaped leaves over here. So when you see these slashes in the leaves, and also come over here, you're gonna notice the bark is very smooth. So also you can see certain stretch marks, or as you could say, little marks here. But if you look up, pan up on the tree, you can tell that this is a beech tree. All right, so definitely check out the plant activity. Okay, you're going to come here. You can do it as an activity for your classroom or homeschool. And this is a part of what CLO Education does. Offer the free activity, just follow the directions and have fun.
CLO Designs was commissioned for a sign job that includes a nature walk with plant identification. I would like to thank all of the contributors for the CLO Academy. Whether you give a cash donation or donate at the GoFundMe, you will be recognized. So if you would like to promote your business or organization, I will always leave promotional links at the bottom below. And as a matter of fact, you can find the people that donated to CLO Academy link in the description of this video. And I much appreciate all you guys out there that supported the building of the CLO Academy.
When creating signs, it could be a daunting task to figure out what exactly to implement. So the client information, the space it's going to be in, the size, also the color combinations and what the client is looking for all help when making decisions in how you're going to proceed, what materials you're going to use to make your signs. Essentially, in this part of the video here, it was started off as a blank slate, and I had to figure out what would look best in the space. After a lot of research, I decided on creating my own mounts and stands for each of the signs, only because I couldn't find a specific size, and also I highly customized each sign. Also, I wanted them to be able to be removed, and if the director of the park wanted to switch out to an updated or new sign, they could use the mount and replace them. In this clip here, I'm just welding together with square tubing and the plates to mount the wooden backing for the signs. And as you can tell, I had to add a couple coats of paint, not only to protect the stands and have them last a long time, but also to give it a nice, clean, uniform look. And in this clip, I'm just basically spraying the backing. Okay, for the software, I ended up using Inkscape, and the only thing you want to keep in mind between what computer you're using for the laser and your designing computer is you want to make sure that the fonts are on both computers. Also, if you look here, every red line on the laser is what's going to be cut out, and every black line or black graphics on the design is going to be what is going to be engraved. So always keep that in mind, all right? I got my material loaded up, so all we got to do is hit start, and we'll come back in a few minutes after the lasering is done. Okay, as you can see, I have the sign loaded up in K40 Whisper. So what the machine is going to do is etch out all the black first, and then it's going to come around and cut out the red. Okay, I just wanted to get a close-up of the etching. It did a great job. Next, we're going to do the cutout. So I'm going to turn the power up, and hopefully we can get it cut in about 2 passes. Okay, so it's finally finished cutting. So just to show you, this is the end result here, and I'll get it better in the light so you can see the different parts. Okay, just to show you, this is the wood pattern sign, and I added a cool feature to where this activity PDF can be switched out with a different activity in the sign. Also, a website to the main Belmont Park website. So that was a cool feature I added, and only thing I need to do is clean it up a bit and add a clear varnish to it for protection. All right, let's get to the next part of the video. So after thinking about the fonts and the layout, this is the color and design that I settled with. And they really turned out really nice. They have a clear plexiglass cover, and it just looks really sharp in the park. I really enjoyed this sign job. So that's basically the details in making decisions when using signage. It's always a great way to inform somebody about specific information you want them to know, or to promote your business and increase traffic to your business. So if you need a sign made or designed for your storefront or business, please visit CLO Pixel, DM on Instagram, or you can message me on the comment section below in this video. Also, you can visit CLOlearnshop.com to go ahead and make a direct order. Once again, I really appreciate all the contributors to CLO Academy. So if you would like to make a donation, please visit the link in the comment section below. Any amount is appreciated, and we really appreciate all those who have already supported the campaign. Guys, thank you for tuning in, and I'll see you on the next video. Have a great day. Whoa. I think I'm gonna try this again. Maybe over here? It's all with CLO Ed TV. Today we're gonna learn how to make these gels using Inkscape and a laser. In film and videography, lighting is used to enhance the visuals of what the director is trying to produce. Positioning the lighting, the temperature of the lighting, color, and style all affect how the end product will look. These are examples of using colored lighting in film.
For this build, you're gonna need a hot glue gun, some cellophane paper, and also some scrap cardboard. These gels will be available pre-made at CLOLearnshop.com if you would like to pick these up and use them in your filming projects. Now these cans will be designed that way you can take your regular can and just basically put the gel on top, and then you can clamp them with some clamps, just like this. Snap them to the side, just like this. Makes it really convenient to use your gels when you're trying to change the colors of your video. Let's go ahead and get started with the designing. First step is we're going to be engineering color gels for each item on the table. We have small can, a larger can, a rectangular portable shop light, and a square shop light. Over here are some basic tools that normally you would need for engineering or reverse engineering. Here we have a set of 6-inch calipers, tape measure, something to write with, scratch paper and pencil, and specifically a ruler with inches and millimeters. So, all right, so we'll start with the smaller can first, and basically the gel is going to fit on the front-facing side of the can. I would say this can is about 5.5 to 5 5/8. To 1/4, somewhere in that range. Okay, on to the next can. 1/2 inch. With the square light, there are corner radius on each one. If you tilt it here, it does sort of have like this U shape, and that helps it so when you put the stand out, it more easily stands, and that's just the way they designed it. 6 3/4 inch, and I think I can get away with 5 inches on the height, and that looks like about 1 inch.
Okay, here we are back again at the workstation in Inkscape. So basically we got our measurements. Now what we need to do is actually take our measurements and put them into the software. So we'll work it out as we go. Okay, so here's just an example of what you should end up with. Here you have the outer frame for the bigger gel and the smaller frame for the smaller gel, and these are going to be cut out of cardboard. So in this, there it is. My first outside diameter is 10 inches and 1/4 inch, or 10.25. So here, I'm just going to draw a circle. Top, you can see your width and your height, and right now it's in millimeters. So I'm going to come up here and switch it to inches. All right, and I need to make this 10.25. And on the height, 10.25. All right. And over here is your alignment window, your alignment panel. And what you do is you can just hit relative to, and you want to go to page, and you switch that back and forth to actually change the alignment of everything. Center vertically and center horizontal. And as you can see, everything is nice and centered. All right, so that's the outside of the frame. Next up is the inside of the large frame. New circle, just for the purpose of demonstration. I'll just draw this kind of tiny so you can see the adjustment. All right, and I'm gonna change it from the width on the inside. I can go in smaller, so I'm just gonna grab the handle, and then I'm holding Shift and Control at the same time. Shift allows you to move on center, and Control allows you to move evenly. So maybe I'll make this design a little thicker than my original, so I'll go with that. On to the inner circle now and make a copy. This is a quick way to do it, okay? Now, I'm gonna take that, and my smaller circle dimensions is 5 5/8, and I'm just gonna grab the calculator real quick. 5 divided by 8.625. It's kind of sad. I used to have these by memory. All the fractions and decimals, used to have them by memory. That's the thing. If you don't train the skill, you'll lose the skill. Width and height, 5.6. Okay, so now you want to go to your alignment tab. All right, and when you're aligning, you want to align to, you can do selection area or drawing. So I'll just do page again. And there we are. Everything's nice and centered and ready to be cut out. So when you cut the files out, here's an example of what the small one would turn out to be like. And here's an example of what the bigger one would turn out to look like. All right, let's get this file saved so we can get it cut on the laser.
All right, these are the materials we're going to use to make the gels. We're going to use hot glue. We have some cellophane paper. You can find this at Party City, and some cardboard. For the next step, we got to go ahead and cut the gel frames out of cardboard, all right? I got a new piece of cardboard laid down. We're going to go ahead and get those frames cut out first. Let's get to work.
These magnet hold downs will be available on CLOLearnshop.com. You can download the files or purchase them on the website.
Small can. And guess what? We got to do it 5 more times. Got all the gels cut out and all the frames cut out. 2 colors per gel. Now it's time for assembly. So my order's gonna be lens, put the frame with the glue, put it in, flip it around, do the other side. So that's gonna be my workflow. So here's the shot with no key light, and just to show you the difference the gels can make. Now there's a blue gel, yellow gel, red gel. In this example, you can see the candle being lit without any gels. Now in the next step, you see the red gel on the right, the blue gel on the left. You can see those colors mixed together. The next one is the red on the left and the blue on the right. And guys, as always, I really enjoyed making this video. Hopefully you guys learned something new about using gels and also creating gels using Inkscape and a laser. I am truly thankful for the views and support, and I thank God every day that I have an opportunity to create something new and share that with the world. As always, I like to say, stay close to God, have fun making your gels, and guess what? I'll see you guys on the next video. Take care.
Happy Japan. Embroidery machine. Doing a chopper design. Very cool. Here's the original graphic. You see if I can zoom in. Hopefully y'all can see that. That's what it's sticking out right now. They have different styles here. And I wish you could really feel the quality of this. And this is amazing. It's hard to believe that this is heat transfer vinyl. It's amazing. These are the mini sample shirts from Infinite Possibilities. Thank you. So new we have here some mineral wash t-shirts. Very cool. Almost like a little tie-dye version. Some shiny stuff here. We got mostly rhinestones and glitter here. So we can get post a picture.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, yes. How you doing?
Located down at Plymouth, Michigan. We do screen printed custom transfer. We've got the best product in the market. We've got the quickest turnaround. You might place an order today. You approve it by 6 o'clock your time. The print ships tomorrow. You'll have it the day after.
All right.
One of these. Our quality, all of our products, stretch, no cracking, no pilling. This shirt has had 100 washes on it.
That's amazing. It still looks great.
You can tell by the collar and the way it shrank down. There again.
That's amazing. So what makes you guys different from something like 613 originals or what's the other one?
Quality and turnaround time.
Oh, okay.
You know, 613, you press, take one of theirs,
Gone.
press it, wash it out for 100 times, you're not going to get the same quality. Also, because we're friendly, we have fun, we enjoy it. But we got the best product on the market, bar none.
Sounds good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
This is it's a water-based ink set. It was printed digitally, so it's direct to film, direct to garment. So it's printing inkjet printer directly onto the fabric itself. It is a CMYK plus orange and green, and then you obviously have the white for the underbase. Your typical design on this is going to be about a minute to print. On average, you're about 57 shirts an hour by the time you load and unload. Once it's done, you can either cure via conveyor dryer, or obviously we don't have the space here, but we're going to cure via heat press.
Can't go wrong with the heat press.
With the fastest time in the industry at only 35 seconds. And the purpose of this is to evaporate the water out of the ink and lock that ink pigment down into the fabric of the shirt.
You can see the steam coming out. That's amazing. So while you're pressing that one, you got another one just printing.
Yep.
That came out fast.
Zoom in up here.
Okay. Yeah, I could zoom.
In.
Yep.
You'll be able to see the white ink laying down first, and then here in a second you'll see orange and green start to print. Right there. Might be kind of hard to see, it's dark in there. And then here in a second, the CMYK will follow that and print as well.
Guys, this is really fast coming out of here. He just pressed one and one's coming right out.
Price on one, we give a price on the other. We need one, and he says...
Imagine the speed, how much production you can get on a machine like this.
Because his printers are coming.
This is from Production BTG, Brother Machines. All right. It's amazing. Look at the detail in that. All right. Any last words? Or
It's our GTX 600 Hexa model.
All right. Thanks so much.
Whole sublimation on it, and it takes about 3 to 5 business days for us to give you the product. We do towels, we make tapestries, we have the blankets and the towels.
That's amazing. What's the deal with this one at the top?
This one we do direct to garment printing.
Oh, direct garment printing as well.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so if someone had to do like sewing outfit or something, could they get their fabric printed like that, or?
No, we actually start from yarn to finished product. So
okay.
all that you have to do is basically we give you the template, you template it, your artwork on there, send it back to us, and then we do all the work for you basically and give you the finished product.
Okay, and that's amazing. So if you want to detail the company, what's the name of the company again?
Our company name is Ramco.
Ramco. All right, thank you so much.
The black and red hat? Yeah. I need 10 of those right now. Are you selling my rolls and sheets?
Rolls, sheets, whatever you put it in.
Okay, my business for Jacksonville. No, I don't have anything.
That's amazing. Introduce yourself and your promo.
Hi everyone. Hi, my name is So Philly Creations, and I love to make anything and everything that you like.
Tell us the audience where to find you.
Hey, SoulPhillyCreations.com. You can find me at Soul Philly Creations LLC, Instagram, and you can also find me Soul Philly Creations Facebook.
Do you have any of your custom work on you, or?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the jacket.
Yes, sir.
Wow, that's amazing. Wow, that's amazing.
Embroidery.
You did that patch as well too,
Yes,
the
sir.
manifest.
Yes, sir.
Wow, you did all these patches?
Yes, sir. I do jewelry,
amazing.
sneakers, Crocs, you name it, I do it. Yep.
All right, well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we are Just Hoods and Just Cool by Artists. So this is our Just Cool line. It's 100% polyester. We have different styles. This is actually our cow neck. Women's cow neck is 86% polyester with 14% spandex in it, so it's great.
So it's
Going on after working out.
So is most of your wares for geared towards sports, or?
Yeah, so our Just Cool line is definitely geared towards the working out type of athleisure line.
Right.
And then we also have a Just Hoods line, which is our fleece line.
Is that out here right now? Or? Okay. It's Just Hoods right here? Okay.
So in our Just Hoods line,
the colors caught my eye.
yeah, we have 42 different colors in your basic crew necks and hoodies.
You carry sweatshirts? Oh, these are sweatshirts.
Yep, these are the
okay.
sweatshirts. Yep.
Uh-huh.
Same color combinations for our hoodies as well. We also offer some Letterman jackets that you can see on the
Okay. Oh, yeah, I see here. This is the Letterman.
And then we do offer the matching jogger pants.
Okay.
They come in navy, black, and gray, as well as shorts this year as well.
All right, thank you so much. Custom engraved. Got some posters here. Check out Epilogue Laser. Very cool coaster. Looking into the etched glass, and it looks very beautiful. Here we have direct to film
Our technicians can promote it to the computer system.
from Axiom America. I noticed, are you using this like a vinyl or something like that?
No, that's called our laser foil tape, which are these here. So it's for engraving and different things. So one of our customers who is now one of our distributors of our foils.
Okay.
Tape, we make it in green and in clear.
Okay.
The only difference is the color. They're rated up to 400 degrees.
Okay.
And the reason why we do the clear, green is the most popular. This is what we started producing with. We're one of the originals on it.
Okay.
For visibility. There are knockoffs out there that can bleed on the product.
Oh, okay,
so if
yeah.
someone's concerned about bleeding, we do make it in the clear as well. But ours does not bleed.
Awesome. All right, well, thank you so much.
No, I do not want any Teflon or cover sheet between the metal and my heat press. It's tough. It's tough. happy. No, the way it pops out, though.
It gives it that depth to the design.
613 Originals is a manufacturer of screen printed plastisol transfers. We manufacture everything here in the U.S. out of New Jersey. Everything we do ships in 1 to 2 business days. Our one-color designs are going to ship out in 1 business day. Any of our 2-color or multicolor designs are going to be 2 business days.
Okay, so what do we have here on the wall? What are some of your variety? Like, what do you have here?
Great. So this is our screen printed plastisol. This is our original formula. So this, we can do photorealistic images. This is anytime you order 4 colors or more. High detail, great definition of colors. We can also do this in our glitter program as well. So this is a full color design. We've done this one in glitter in the past. This one is not glitter. I apologize. So full color, full color, full color. This is our multi-dimensional puffs. So here we have white that's going to puff up, and the black lays flat. Gives you some extra dimension to your programs as well. This is a 36-piece minimum to get started.
Okay, so what would be the price? Is it just still like a black and white image, or?
So this, we have multiple colors. For puff, there's 16 colors to choose from. Flats, we have over 30-something colors to choose from. You would upload your image to the website and choose what color puffs, what color stays flat. And then for something else, we got like our vintage program. This is our softest feel transfer. This is vintage. You can see the color pulls through a little bit, especially in there. This is when you kind of want that distressed look, something, you know, make it a little older feel. It's very popular right now, all the retro stuff coming back.
What's on this wall that's a little different?
Sure, let's take a look over here.
I know some mushrooms.
This is our bread and butter program right here.
Oh,
this
nice.
is your 1-color varsity transfers. These are 15 cents a piece with a $25 setup. So you can order as many pieces as you would like. The way we like to sell it is you can decorate 100 shirts for $40. These two right here are going to be our classic formula. Classic formula is rated for cotton garments only because this is a high temperature. This kind of gives you, again, that slightly less opaque look. It's a very soft hand feel, but it does great on cotton garments. A lot of our guys love that.
And everything looks great in the booth. How can they reach 613?
Well, we have a website you can reach out to. You can reach out to us at any time. We can get in contact with our sales team or our team just by logging on our websites, making an account, filling out with us. We have access to all of our products right away. Great wholesale pricing for you.
All right, thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. You want to see our newest stuff, the glitter transfers?
Sure.
So this is our newest product. We just launched this 2 weeks ago. We are now doing glitter transfers. You would upload your art. We would slather it in glitter, lock it all down for you. You can do 1-color, 2-color, or you can do beautiful full-color designs as well.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's great stuff. So this has been very new for us. 36-piece minimum to get started, but we've been having a lot of success with it.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Kind of what you're talking about doing.
Okay.
It will print and it will contour cut. Both.
All in one.
All in one.
So instead of buying machines separate, how much would something like this one run? Just the ballpark.
This particular model you're looking at is $19,000.
Okay.
They make a 30-inch that's about $13,000.
And you can do with this, it looks like the size of it, you could do like commercial stuff?
Yeah,
with it?
absolutely.
Okay.
So what you're just sitting there doing by hand, you're talking about?
Yeah.
You could do this on that. Even a smaller machine.
That's awesome. I want to go back. I'm going to get some footage of the other one real quick. Yep.
So, yeah, do you know
The smaller machine here.
all the rest of it? Why? Yeah. The only thing.
This one, you said this one contour cuts and laminate?
Contour cutter is here. You can see the cutter right there.
No, this is the guy's own house.
And then this is the printer. So it comes out here. So this whole company specializes in label making, or
What is it?
the company specializes in label making, or
All types of
all types?
Yeah.
All right. All right. Thank you so much.
Hey, hi, you want this?
Oh, yeah, I was looking at it.
Just, I can have you a sample. You can
Oh, yeah, just
need
sample
to
it
scan
there.
the QR code, like and follow us on Facebook and Instagram.
Oh, yeah, I got it. I actually going to put this on YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah, so what is it? Just large format printer?
Yes,
Or-
this is flatbed. Platform.
That's amazing.
Yes. So I would really appreciate if you can just scan the QR code.
Oh, yeah,
on mobile
yeah,
app,
sure.
Like and follow us.
Yeah,
I'll
sure.
Just grab a good sample for you. It's right there.
Oh, wow. I don't have Facebook, but I do have Instagram and all that other
Go
stuff.
on Instagram, that's okay.
Okay. There we go. That's it?
This is...
Yeah, I don't have Facebook, but
Okay, go on
Yeah.
Instagram then.
oh, Instagram, just type the name.
I'll stripe them.
Stratojet?
Yeah, I'll do that for you.
Thank you.
Right here.
All right.
You good to go?
Oh, thank you. So, do you have to cut these, or does the machine cut them? Oh, big cutter. Okay. Awesome. What's going on?
Oh, well, we have a few different things. This is a laminator that does specialty lamination. So it'll do like soft touch lamination. It'll do foil lamination.
So you say soft touch is like? Oh, okay. Oh, soft touch.
Yeah,
oh, wow.
soft touch.
Oh.
Yeah, you ever?
I didn't. Yeah, I've touched that before.
That's actually lamination. Whenever you get like a lot of clothes that you get, will have like their tag will be in soft touch and a lot of different packaging and stuff. This works as it lays down lamination, but then as a specialty effect, what we can do is like
I see, like highlights.
You can print chrome, right? Okay. So what you do is you have a layered file, right? So you print out the first layer, which would be all black.
Okay.
The black works as glue as you run it back through the machine, and then the foil will stick to the heated up toner.
So is this print? Do you print this first?
Here, I'll show you. The inkjet?
Yes.
The inkjet is quick and cheap.
Ah, okay.
Right?
Got you.
Fast and inexpensive.
Save you time.
Time and money. What you look at? You can print on something like this.
Oh, that's nice.
This will raise up.
Customize your box. It's a big rolling wide format printer. Awesome stuff. So what's so special about this printer here?
It's an 8-color printer, so it's a solvent base. You can actually run on vehicle wraps, do canvas prints, do decals. Possibilities are kind of endless. There's a lot of choices with this material.
So when you say vehicle wraps, are you saying does it have to be printed on vinyl, or how does that work?
It has to be printed on vinyl, yes.
Okay.
Printed on a vinyl that has airy channels built into it, so when you apply the sticker to the vehicle, you can push the air out of it, so you get a nice smooth graphic lay down on there.
So is this eco-solvent only ink, or do they make other specialized inks for this?
This particular printer is an EcoSol only ink, so yes, they do make other printers that have UV in them, have the latex or resin, and also DISO. So
are these more novelty type inks, or this is like common things people use for?
Common.
Oh, okay.
Super common.
Okay, I'm just amazed by the colors. See if I can get zoomed in a little bit on this one. Does this image have any special name, or?
No special features. It's a straight RGB file, dropped straight into the RIP program, and then print it.
8 colors. So CMYK plus what others?
So you have light cyan, light magenta, and then you also have orange spot color and a green spot color.
All right. Thank you so much. And this the company this is coming from is what's the name of the company?
Mac Papers.
All right, Mac Papers. Thank you so much. Doing. Alright guys, so this is my first time doing car vinyl. Amazing setup here from Oraful.
That's the big one, yeah. You want another bag?
Block letter, but the ends were round.
It catches that and the table drops to the correct height. That's what it's doing right now. You'll see a little red dot every once in a while. The laser's shooting across. When the beam gets broken, the table drops down. Okay? Oh, look at that, man. I'm blind as a bat. There they are right there. I'll print that next.
So there's no thinking involved. It automatically adjusts the height?
So adjust the height because it's got to be the right height for the head to come across, okay?
Ah.
So once it gets ready to hit, I got a little head temp because it hadn't been printed in a minute. We can bypass it. I just hit enter. As it gets warmed up, it'll stay heated up. You ain't got to worry about that. So it just starts printing away. It'll be done in about a minute.
So it must be like a UV, because I noticed that light.
You see the light hit it, so when the ink hits it, the light falls right behind it and dries it instantly. So that's why we're able to do things like this. But you ain't touched that yet, but you see that, right? You see the 3D, now touch it.
Oh, you can feel it. It's like a texture.
You can print texture into things as well, because the UV lamp, the ink's dry, you know, and it just builds up, so we can build up and do things like this. So this old rusty sign, it feels like it's old rusty. People think it's real when all it is a replication of a picture of an old rusty sign, you know?
It's amazing.
So this is on aluminum. You can print it on anything.
Block letter, but the ends were round. Green in a DTF printer, they don't have. There's so many new that I take out all of the old.
That's the big one, yeah. We need another bag.
What's going on, everybody? This is O with CLO Ed TV. I was able to visit the GPX Expo this week, and I saw some pretty cool things. Everything from printing to graphics and apparel and more. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the video.
Happy Japan embroidery machine. Doing a chopper design. Very cool. Here's the original graphic. You can see if I can zoom in. Hopefully y'all can see that. That's what it's stitching out right now. They have different styles here. And I wish you could really feel the quality of this. And this is amazing. It's hard to believe that this is heat transfer vinyl. It's amazing. These are the mini sample shirts from Infinite Possibilities. Thank you. So new we have here some mineral wash t-shirts. Very cool. Almost like a little tie-dye version. Some shiny stuff here. We got mostly rhinestones and glitter here. So we can get a picture.
Yeah.
Get over here.
Okay, all right. Yes. How you doing?
Located down in Plymouth, Michigan. We do screen printed, custom transport. We've got the best product in the market. We've got the quickest turnaround. You might place an order today. You prove it by 6 o'clock your time. It print ships tomorrow. You'll have it the day after.
All right.
One of these. Our quality. All of our products stretch, no cracking, no pilling. This shirt has had 100 washes on it.
That's amazing. It still looks great.
You can tell by the collar and the way it shrank down. There again.
That's amazing. So what makes you guys different from something like 613 originals, or what's the other one?
Quality and turnaround time.
Oh, okay.
You know, 613, you press, take one of theirs,
Gone.
press it, wash it out for 100 times, you're not going to get the same quality. Also, because we're friendly, we have fun, we enjoy it. But we got the best product in the market, bar none.
Sounds good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
This is it's a water-based ink set that was printed digitally, so it's direct to film, direct to garment, so it's printing inkjet printer directly onto the fabric itself. It is a CMYK plus orange and green, and then you obviously have the white for the underbase. Your typical design on this is going to be about a minute to print. On average, you're about 57 shirts an hour by the time you load and unload. Once it's done, you can either cure via conveyor dryer, or obviously we don't have the space here, but we're going to cure via heat press.
Can't go wrong with the heat press.
with the fastest time in the industry at only 35 seconds. And the purpose of this is to evaporate the water out of the ink and lock that ink pigment down into the fabric of the shirt.
You can see the steam coming out. That's amazing. So while you're pressing that one, you got another one just printing.
Yep.
That came out fast.
Zoom in up here.
Okay. Yeah, I can
come on
zoom.
in.
Yep.
You'll be able to see the white ink laying down first, and then here in a second you'll see orange and green start to print. Right there. Might be kind of hard to see, it's dark in there. And then here in a second, the CMYK will follow that and print as well.
Guys, this is really fast coming out of here. You just press one and one's coming right out.
Price on one, price on the other. We need one, but he says.
Imagine the speed, how much production you can get on a machine like this.
Because his printers are coming.
This is from Production BTG, Brother Machines. All right. It's amazing. Look at the detail in that. All right. Any last words? Or?
It's our GTX 600 Hexa model.
All right. Thanks so much.
Whole sublimation on it, and it takes about 3 to 5 business days for us to give you the product. We do towels, we make tapestries, we have the blankets and the towels.
That's amazing. What's the deal with this one at the top?
This one we do direct to garment printing.
Oh, direct garment printing as well. Okay, so if someone had to do like sewing outfit or something, could they get their fabric printed like that, or?
No, we actually start from yarn to finished product. So
okay.
All that you have to do is basically we give you the template, you template it, your artwork on there, send it back to us, and then we do all the work for you basically and give you the finished product.
Okay, and that's amazing. So if you want to detail the company, what's the name of the company again?
Our company name is Ramco.
Ramco. All right, thank you so much.
Black and red hat?
Yeah.
I need 10 of those right now.
Rolls,
sheets, whatever you want. I put it in.
Okay, my business for Jacksonville. No, I don't have anything.
That's amazing. Introduce yourself and your promo.
Hi everyone. Hi, my name is So Philly Creations, and I love to make anything and everything that you like.
Tell us our audience where to find you.
Hey, SoulPhillyCreations.com. You can find me at Soul Philly Creations LLC, Instagram, and you can also find me Soul Philly Creations Facebook.
Do you have any of your custom work on you, or?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the jacket.
Yes, sir.
Wow, that's amazing. Wow, that's amazing.
Embroidery.
You did that patch as well too,
Yes,
the manifest.
Yes, sir.
Wow, you did all these patches?
Yes, sir. I do jewelry, sneakers, Crocs, you name it, I do it. Yep.
All right, well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we are Just Hoods and Just Cool by Artists. So this is our Just Cool line. It's 100% polyester. We have different styles. This is actually our cow neck, women's cow neck. It's 86% polyester with 14% spandex in it, so it's great.
So
Throw it on after working out.
So is most of your wares for geared towards sports, or?
Yeah, so our Just Cool line is definitely geared towards the working out type of athleisure line.
Right.
And then we also have a Just Hoods line, which is our fleece line.
Is that out here right now? Or? Okay. It's Just Hoods right here? Okay.
So in our Just Hoods line,
the colors caught my eye.
yeah, we have 42 different colors in your basic crew necks and hoodies.
You carry sweatshirts? Oh, these are sweatshirts.
Yep, these are the
okay.
sweatshirts. Yep.
Uh-huh.
Same color combinations for our hoodies as well. We also offer some Letterman jackets that you can see on the
okay. Oh, yeah, I see here. These are the Letterman.
And then we do offer the matching jogger pants.
Okay.
They come in navy, black, and gray, as well as shorts this year as well.
All right, thank you so much.
That would be
Custom engraved. Got some coasters here. Check out Epilogue Laser. Very cool coaster. Looking into the etched glass and it looks very beautiful. Here we have direct to film from Axiom America. Did I notice? Are you using this like a vinyl or something like that?
No, that's called our laser foil tape, which are these here. So it's for engraving and different things. So one of our customers, who is now one of our distributors of our foils,
Okay.
We make it in green and in clear.
Okay.
The only difference is the color. They're rated up to 400 degrees.
Okay.
And the reason why we do the clear, green is the most popular. This is what we started producing with. We're one of the originals on it.
Okay.
For visibility. There are knockoffs out there that can bleed on the product.
Oh, okay,
so if
yeah.
someone's concerned about bleeding, we do make it in the clear as well. But ours does not bleed.
Awesome. All right, well, thank you so much.
No, I do not want any Teflon or cover sheet between the metal and my heat press. Oh, puppy!
No, the way it pops out, doesn't it? It gives it that depth to the design.
613 Originals is a manufacturer of screen printed plastisol transfers. We manufacture everything here in the U.S. out of New Jersey. Everything we do ships in 1 to 2 business days. Our one color designs are going to ship out in 1 business day. Any of our 2-color or multicolor designs are going to be 2 business days.
Okay, so what do we have here on the wall? What are some of your variety? Like, what do you have here?
Great. So this is our screen printed plastisol. This is our original formula. So this, we can do photorealistic images. This is anytime you order 4 colors or more. High detail, great definition of colors. We can also do this in our glitter program as well. So this is a full color design. We've had done this one in glitter in the past. This one is not glitter. I apologize. So full color, full color, full color. This is our multi-dimensional puffs. So here we have white that's going to puff up, and the black lays flat. Gives you some extra dimension to your programs as well. This is a 36-piece minimum to get started.
Okay, so what will be the price? Is it just still like a black and white image, or?
So this, we have multiple colors. For puff, there's 16 colors to choose from. Flats, we have over 30-something colors to choose from. You would upload your image to the website and choose what color puffs, what color stays flat. And then for something else, we got like our vintage program. This is our softest feel transfer. This is vintage. You can see the color pulls through a little bit, especially in there. This is when you kind of want that distressed look, something, you know, make it a little older feel. It's very popular right now, all the retro stuff coming back.
What's on this wall that's a little different?
Sure, let's take a look over here.
I know some mushrooms.
This is our bread and butter program right here.
Oh, nice.
This is your 1-color varsity transfers. These are 15 cents a piece with a $25 setup. So you can order as many pieces as you would like. The way we like to sell it is you can decorate 100 shirts for $40. These two right here are going to be our classic formula. Classic formula is rated for cotton garments only because this is a high temperature. This kind of gives you, again, that slightly less opaque look. It's a very soft hand feel, but it does great on cotton garments. A lot of our guys love that.
And everything looks great in the booth. How can they reach 613?
Well, we have a website you can reach out to. You can reach out to us at any time. We can get in contact with our sales team or our team just by logging on our websites, making an account, filling out with us. We have access to all of our products right away. Great wholesale pricing for you.
All right, thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. You want to see our newest stuff, the glitter transfers?
Sure.
So this is our newest product. We just launched this 2 weeks ago. We are now doing glitter transfers. You would upload your art. We would slather it in glitter, lock it all down for you. You can do 1 color, 2 color, or you can do beautiful full color designs as well.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's great stuff. This has been very new for us. 36-piece minimum to get started, but we've been having a lot of success with it.
All right, thank you.
I know what you're talking about doing.
Okay.
It will print and it will contour cut. Both.
All in one.
All in one.
So instead of buying machines separate, how much would something like this one run? Just the ballpark.
This particular model you're looking at is $19,000.
Okay.
They make a 30-inch that's about $13,000.
And you can do with this, it looks like the size of it, you could do like commercial stuff?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So what you're just sitting there doing by hand, you're talking about?
Yeah.
You can do this on that. Even a smaller machine.
That's awesome. I want to go back. I'm going to get some footage of the other one real quick. Yeah.
So, yeah, do you know
The smaller machine here.
all the rest of it? Why? Yeah. The only thing.
This one, you said this one contour cuts in and laminate?
Contour cutter is here. You can see the cutter.
And then this is the printer. So it comes out here. So this whole company specializes in label making, or the company specializes in label making, or
All types.
all types?
Yeah.
All right. All right. Thank you so much.
Hey, hi, you want this?
Oh yeah, I was looking at it.
Just, I can have you a sample. You can.
Oh, yeah,
you
just
need
sample
to
for
scan
there.
the QR code. Like and follow us on Facebook and Instagram.
Oh yeah, I got it. I actually gonna put this on YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah. So what is it? Just large format printer?
Yes,
Or-
this is flatbed, large format.
That's amazing.
Yes. So I would really appreciate if you can just scan the QR code.
Oh yeah,
By
yeah,
that.
sure.
Like and follow us.
Yeah,
I'll
sure.
Just grab a good sample for you. It's right there.
Oh wow. I don't have Facebook, but I do have Instagram and all that other
On
stuff.
Instagram, that's okay.
Okay. There we go. That's it?
This is.
Yeah, I don't have Facebook, but
Okay, go on
Yeah.
Instagram then.
oh, Instagram, just type the name.
Yeah, I'll type it.
Stratojet.
Yeah, I'll do that for you.
Thank you.
It's right here.
All right.
You good to go?
Oh, thank you. So, did you have to cut these, or does the machine cut them? Oh, big cutter. Okay. Awesome. What's going on?
Oh, well, we have a few different things. This is a laminator that does specialty lamination. So it'll do like soft touch lamination. It'll do foil lamination.
So you say soft touch is like? Oh, okay. Oh, soft touch.
Yeah,
oh, wow.
soft touch.
Oh.
Yeah, you ever?
I didn't. Yeah, I've touched that before.
That's actually lamination. Whenever you get like a lot of clothes that you get, will have like their tag will be in soft touch and a lot of different packaging and stuff like that.
Okay.
So this works as it lays down lamination, but then as a specialty effect, what we can do is like
I see,
you
like
can't really-
highlights.
you can print chrome, right? Okay. So what you do is you have a layered file, right? So you print out the first layer, which would be all black.
Okay. I
The
see.
black works as glue as you run it back through the machine, and then the foil will stick to the heated up toner.
So is this print? Do you print this first?
Here, I'll show you. The inkjet?
Yes.
The inkjet is quick and cheap.
Ah, okay.
Right?
Got you.
Fast and inexpensive.
Save you time.
Time and money. What are you looking at? You can print out something like this.
Oh, that's nice.
This will raise up.
Customize your box. It's a big rolling wide format printer. Awesome stuff. So what's so special about this printer here?
It's an 8-color printer, so it's a solvent base. You can actually run on vehicle wraps, do canvas prints, do decals. Possibilities are kind of endless. There's a lot of choices with this material.
So when you say vehicle wraps, are you saying does that have to be printed on vinyl, or how does that work?
It has to be printed on vinyl, yes.
Okay.
Printed on a vinyl that has airy channels built into it, so when you apply the sticker to the vehicle, you can push the air out of it, so you get a nice smooth graphic lay down on there.
So is this eco-solvent only ink, or do they make other specialized inks for this?
This particular printer is an EcoSol only ink, so yes, they do make other printers that have UV in them, have the latex or resin, and also DISO. So
Are these more novelty type inks, or this is like a common things people use for?
common.
No, okay.
Super common.
Okay, I'm just amazed by the color. See if I get zoomed in a little bit on this one. Does this image have any special name, or?
No special features. It's a straight RGB file, dropped straight into the RIP program, and then print it.
8 colors. So CMYK plus what others?
So you have light cyan, light magenta, and then you also have orange spot color and a green spot color.
All right, thank you so much. And this the company this is coming from is what's the name of the company?
Mac Papers.
All right, Mac Papers. Thank you so much. Doing. Alright guys, so this is my first time doing car vinyl. Amazing setup here from Oraful.
That's the big one, yeah. We need another bag.
Top letter, but the ends were round. It catches that and the table drops to the correct height. That's what it's doing right now. You'll see a little red dot every once in a while. The laser's shooting across. When the beam gets broken, the table drops down. Okay? Oh, look at that, man. I'm blind as a bat. There they are right there. I'll print that next.
So there's no thinking involved. It automatically adjusts the height?
So adjust the height because it's got to be the right height for the head to come across, okay?
Ah.
So once it gets ready to hit, I got a little head temp because it hadn't been printed in a minute. We can bypass it as you enter. As it gets warmed up, it'll stay heated up. You don't worry about that. We'll just start printing away. It'll be done in about a minute.
So it must be like a UV because I noticed that light.
You see the light hit it. So when the ink hits it, the light falls right behind it and dries it instantly. So that's why we're able to do things like this. But you ain't touched that yet, but you see that, right? You see the 3D, now touch it.
Oh, you can feel it. It's like a texture.
You can print texture into things as well because the UV lamp, the ink's dry, you know, and it just builds up. So we can build up and do things like this. So this old rusty sign, it feels like it's old rusty. People think it's real when all it is a replication of a picture of an old rusty sign, you know?
It's amazing.
So this is on aluminum. You can print it on anything.
Top letter, but the ends were round. Bringing in a DTF printer, they don't have. There's so many new people that I take all of the old.
That's the big one, yeah. We need another bag.
Okay, these are the topics we're going to cover in this part 2 of the desk build video. But if you haven't seen part 1, click on the link above and it will send you to that video. Watch that first and then come on and check out part 2. This is O from CLO Ed TV. We're at the shop today. Today's objective is we got to cut these legs down. That's why I got my apron on and we're going to go ahead and weld these up. I got the titanium welder, flux core welder today, and we're going to go ahead and get these legs welded up. So for this project, I decided to go with 2-inch tubing. And right now I'm just laying the tubing out, making sure everything looks good. I'm testing angles out and just trying to get a good feel for what would look good. Okay, now I'm measuring where I want part of the A-frame to land. So I just want to go a little bit off the bottom of the legs, and I'm using my speed square. And if you see me use this piece, it's just to make sure that when I make these marks that it will land completely flat on the desk, nice and even. Also, when it touches the floor, you want to make sure that the legs touch nice and even. Right here, I'm just showing cutting off the A-frame with the 2-inch stock. Later on in this video, you're going to see me correcting my angles. I started off with a 15 degree, but it just ended up too steep of an angle. So I went back and put 10 degrees on each post. A little bit goes a long way in projects like this. Okay, so
For this instance, I'm using a 4.5-inch cutoff wheel. Now, I've got to attach it to the grinder. Once I get it attached to the grinder, then I'll be able to finish out that angle. So you got to be careful with these grinders because these grinders can walk on you. So you have to have a steady, slow cut. Let the wheel do the cutting. Have a steady grip and control it. All right. Okay, so I'm just basically finishing out these angles on each leg. There are 4 posts I have to do. 2 posts go on each leg and then a crossbar to make the A-frame shape. Much appreciated if you watch the sequence of the cutting and grinding, but just to get the idea, you can skip ahead if you'd like, but watching the video all the way through always helps. So now I'm going to put a shallow angle about 15 degrees and test this angle out. I have enough stock to kind of experiment with. What I'm going to do is get that 15-degree angle, then made up the other side of the legs to this and see if that's a good angle. All right, let's get these cut. Now, one thing I want to mention, the cutoff wheel here is smaller. Has a smaller disc on it, and also when you're cutting, it doesn't meet all the way down, so I will have to rotate this. Another thing you could do is use an angle grinder with a cutoff wheel and mark your lines with the speed square. But for right now, I'm gonna see what I can do with this, and then if I have to use that, I'll use that. But you can use either or as long as it's marked. As you can see, it cut down pretty deep on the front end, but it didn't cut all the way off the back, so I have to make sure that cut finishes out. Decided to change my angle for this one. All right. Perfect 15-degree angle. Now we got to go ahead and just do some cleanup and do it 3 more times. And then on the legs, same thing. It's going to be a straight cut, and then we'll keep it moving. All right. All right, everything's going pretty good. Went ahead and cut all of my angles, and if you notice right here, I've cleaned up all the parts and edges where the welds are going to go. So everything is cut and cleaned up, as you can see. And a couple of ways I found the angles. One, on my cutter there was a 45-degree angle, but I also used this 3D printed protractor to go ahead and find the angle. As you can see, this gray part snaps on and you can actually move this. So I put a 10-degree angle on all my iron, and now we're about to weld it up. So that's the next step. Now in the welding sequence, I'm just demonstrating welding 101. Basically, you're going to make your bead on each end of the plate that you're trying to weld, and then you do one run straight across. When you watch the video, you'll see me making that bead on each side, and then one smooth run straight across. Now I'm using another piece of 2-inch tubing just to make sure the bottoms will line up. And throughout, I'm checking my angles.
When you're welding, you clean as you go. I just got a wire brush and scraping that weld that I just made. All right, and rotating the legs, make sure I get in both top and bottom, left and right sides. All right, the legs turned out great using the titanium flux core 125 welder. And as you can see, it just needs some cleanup, and the welds turned out great. The legs pretty much stand up on their own, as you can see. So I gotta sand these down, get these ready for paint, then set these aside. Also probably on the bottom of the feet, and I'll just point this out. Here I've got to add a base plate, which will also be drilled and tapped, so you can add feet to this this desk. All right. Okay, and here are a few pictures of the A-frames put together, minus the base plate and the top plate. Also, you can see the angles that I readjusted. This is the 10-degree adjustment that I made, and you can tell the 15-degree, which is a little too narrow for me. So I readjusted that. Now in these clips, I'm making the top plates out of 2-inch flat bar. First I gotta do clean them up, and then I will start marking them for holes. Now I skipped the sequence of me cutting these plates out, but you just get a long 2-inch flat bar and cut to size. I cut each top plate 6 inches. That way I can divide them by 2-inch sections. And the foot plates are 2 inches square. Yep, so in this clip, I'm just making my lines, making sure that the lines are even on each plate, and then I'm going to take it to the drill press. Now, just like with the grinder, with the drill press, you do not force the bit down into the metal. Use your cutting oil and let the bit or the drill bit do the work, and it'll go and cut through like butter. Now, once you get that first hole down, the rest go really fast. Don't worry if you see smoke in the clip, it's just coming from the cutting oil. And all other plates look just like this one. Okay, once the top plates were done, I had to go back to the welder and go ahead and weld them on top of the A-frame. Basically what these plates do, mounting plates, is attach the wood top to the steel legs. Alright, and I'm just basically making my beads on each corner. Then I'm going to run one solid weld across each bead. right, making my beads. And then right after, you'll see what it looks like with a full run right across. I'm just zooming in, showing you some clips. Okay, in this clip, we are mounting the base plates. And like I said, they're just 2 inches flat bar in a square. You see me do my spots first, and then you run one solid bead right along the top. All right, and it's just a matter of repeating the process. There's 4 bottom plates, 4 top plates, 2 legs. Now in a project like this, as long as you take your time, measure twice, and make sure that as you go clean up and make sure that everything is done to great quality, then you'll come out with a good product in the end. I do these videos to demonstrate what you can do DIY, and you could save a lot of money working on your own projects. Now in this sequence, all the welding is pretty much done, and now I gotta clean up my welds and get it prepped for fill and sanding, and then last step in the video will be painting. All right. I'm just repositioning and grinding. When you're doing your cleanup, you want to make sure everything is smooth to the touch. So as you grind, you want to move your hand over the grinds and feel for smoothness. You don't want any rough spots or spots that could snag. And here is a clip of the finished legs. Everything mounted together. The welds really turned out great. All right, here is a clip with the filler. And there's a picture with the legs standing alone. Okay guys, so I plan on skipping this part, but I wanted to show you this before I cut. What I've got here is a piece of almost 2-inch tubing, and I've already cut it down almost to the edge. And what I'm gonna do is, I'm just gonna bring it down, cut it across right here, and then fold it over, and then hammer it out flat. And this is gonna be the crossbar for the desk. Okay, so once the crossbar is folded out, we got to add some holes to mount them to the legs, and that's what this clip is about. So we're going to look into that. Same bit. Take your time. Make sure the hole is nice, and make sure the bolt fits inside. Okay, ladies and gents, the next thing I want to talk about is drilling and tapping. So I want to make sure that this bar, as an extra support piece, stays in place. So what I'm going to do is use this 3/8 tapping set, because I have 3/8 nuts over there and lock washers. When you're doing this, you want to make sure that
as you're threading, you want to go, whatever you do, if you go 2 turns forward, you want to go 1.5 back, and make sure that, just like this, that thread glides nice and smooth. So anytime you thread anything, you want to make sure the hole is just slightly smaller than what the bolt that you're drilling and tapping in. You want to make sure that it's vertical to where you want that screw to mount, and make sure that that threading stays even. All right, thanks. On to the next part.
Okay, here I'm demonstrating the process of drilling and tapping. Now this adds a different value to your pieces and your projects, especially when you're giving them to a client. I wanted to make sure that assembly would be very simple to do, ease of use. So I wanted to go with bolts, and that's what I did. Just want to make sure you get that first bite, and once you got that and you're straight and even, take your time with this. You can break the tap sets, the dies and the taps, if you try to go too forcefully with it. So take your time. Make sure if you go forward twice, you come back once. All right, and eventually you'll see, once I keep going down and doing this, it's going to get smoother and smoother. And about at this point, I'm all the way through. I'm just cleaning that thread out. Here just to prove that the thread is just right, I'm getting my 3/8 bolt, and the thread was so clean that I could just tighten it by hand, but I went ahead and got a wrench, and we're going to crank it down. And once again, same thing on the other side. Test the holes. You want to make sure you're testing these holes out to make sure they're holding the bolts right, and then you got a nice lock when they tighten down. Okay, and here's another close-up of the drilling and tapping process. So we're just going to crank it down in there, and then once the thread is made, get your bolt and test it out. Make sure that it functions properly. Okay, and after this step is the last step of the video, which is going to be getting some paint on these legs. All right, and here's a clip of the completed set of crossbar with bolts, and it's looking good.
I just wanted to showcase the difference between with the primer, without the primer. As you can see, this is everything welded up and filled on the back side, but you can tell that primer gives it a nice layer for the paint to adhere. And I'm going to be excited to go ahead and add that paint to this layer. So what I'm actually going to be using, I'll show in the next clip. I'll be using the Krylon stainless steel finish. Although this is a Rust-Oleum primer, I'm going to try this out, see how this looks on there, and I think it's going to look great. All right, let's get to it.
One thing you want to keep in mind is Trying to add paint to a surface without primer is like a disaster. I'm kind of old school, so I like to have my steps separated. As I said in my first video with the tabletop, I don't like stain and sealer in one shot. In the same way, I don't like primer and paint in one shot. So I like to separate my primer layer and my paint layer. I just feel like results turn out a lot better that way. But if you want to do a one step and that works for you, that's fine. So pretty much I'm just laying down the Rust-Oleum primer in this clip, and then you'll see me switching clips back and forth between the primer layer and then the paint layer. One thing I want to mention in this video is don't be intimidated by trying something new. I have welded before, but not many different projects. But in this case scenario, this was my first project for a client, and it turned out awesome. Any imperfections that may come up, just go back and correct them. It may take a little time. It might be a little bit slower, but that's fine. Just make sure that you take your time and make those corrections. What's going on? This is O from CLO Ed TV. Today we're going to learn about logos. Let's get to the video. So I guess the best place to start is to talk about what exactly is a logo. Well, in simple terms, a logo is a mark that represents or symbolizes something. It could be a placeholder or an image that is related to a company or a person, place, or thing. I could talk about logo design throughout the video, but let's do an investigation to see what we can find about logo design itself. During ancient times, people used any tools available or the most relevant technology at that time to actually make these carvings or markings to identify ownership or a location to help people understand where they are or what the purpose of an item was. There's many different ways to think about how you're going to make your marking. Logos can be stamped, they can be etched, they can be used with a stencil, they can be digital. It all depends on how you want to make your impression on what your logo should look like. When you're considering logo design, you got to think about who the logo is communicating with, what colors you're going to use, and the style. For example, come over here this way. For example, on this logo, we have a basic word mark here with two, a W and an M, flipped upside down, and then added general colors, usually green, to signify what it's used for. Sometimes your logos will be a moving target, such as this man over here. First thing you want to consider is the form of the logo. What is the actual shape of the logo? Is it more organic, or does it have more geometric sharp corners and points? You have to consider the actual form and design of the logo first. Typically, logo designers and graphic designers will start off with a black and white variation of that logo. That way you can just understand the shape, and then it moves on to another step to add color and other effects. Once you have the basic form of the logo down, the next thing to consider is where that logo is going to be. Is your logo going to be a moving target? For example, branding on a vehicle that's going to be seen around a city has to be simplified, whereas maybe a logo for a location can be more intricate. It can be seen from a distance and it's in one stationary place. So understanding the actual location of where that logo is going to be presented also affects your logo design. The last but not least important thing to consider in logos is the overall meaning and impression of that logo. When someone looks at a logo, it is an identifying marker. We'll give an example. Nike. Nike's swoosh logo is identifiable in various languages because that symbol has been popularized and meaning has been poured into the logo. So by doing that, just by seeing that logo signifies a brand and signifies a level of quality. So understand that with your branding, you want to make sure that your logo has meaning and intent. All right, we're going to wrap this video up, but before we do, be sure to visit www.clolearnshop.com. There you'll find merchandise, and you can also support in the About page. If you would like to donate for future projects, click on the link below in the description and it will take you straight to the website. Also, like, share, comment, and subscribe for other future videos. Be sure to tune into our next video where we're actually going to use free software to create our first logo on the channel. Remember this, you may fail 99 times, but it only takes one win. I'll be seeing you on the next video. What's going on? This is O from CLO Ed TV. Today I'm going to show you how to make patches like this and t-shirt designs in Inkscape. Let's get into the video. Inkscape is a free software you can download. So if you'd like to follow along with me, go to inkscape.com, download the software, and you can design with me. Okay guys, now Inkscape is a free program. You can download it offline. I'll make sure to leave the website link in the description underneath the video. Main thing you want to focus on here is here you have your document layout. You also have your rules at top and left, toolbar on the left, and various buttons on the right and the top, and we'll go through them as we work. Okay, I'll start off with this file first, and you can see the various different layouts that I have here. So I guess we'll start with a new patch that I want to do, which is going to be a cloud patch. Okay, so clouds have a rounded shape, so the first thing I will gravitate to is the ellipse. All right, so I'm just going to click on the ellipse tool, which is right here. I'm gonna draw my shape. Now, right now the fill and stroke is yellow and black. I can hold down the control button on the keyboard and stretch that out. Now, looking at it right now, I want to get my color scheme to what a cloud would be, and I'm just going to start with a basic white. And over here in this panel, you can notice there's different tabs that I have set up. One is fill and stroke. I'm going to keep the fill white. The stroke I'm going to get rid of. So if you look at the shape right now, it's just basically a circle. All right, and I'm going to copy this a few more times. Control C, Control V. And this is going to make the sort of puffs in the cloud, okay? And I'm just going to focus on this real quick, zoom in a little bit so you can see it. And I'm just going to vary the size a little bit. Okay. Control C, Control V. Kind of want to build up. All right. Control C, Control V. And that's the perfect shape for the cloud itself. Might end with one more. Control C, Control V. And this cloud is perfect. Now, if you don't want the cloud to be puffy on the bottom, you can use like a flat rectangle to flatten it out. And that will allow you to have that flat surface. So I'll do 2 versions of that. So right now, I'm just gonna select everything that I have. Gonna go to Object or Path and hit Union. Now it's all one piece. So if I color changed it like this, it would all be one piece, okay? So I'm gonna go back to white. Now, I'm just gonna slide this over right here. And we'll just go outside of the page for right now. And I'm gonna duplicate this cloud. And then what I'm gonna do with the cloud, sort of like mock-up style, is I'm going to add the flat base to the second cloud and then also add some raindrops. So in this case, I'm gonna choose my rectangle. I'm gonna draw the rectangular box. And I believe that will do. And then I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna get my move tool, select both pieces. I'm gonna go to Path and Union. And that's how you join those two together. Now for the raindrops, what I'm going to do is same concept. Now, what I'm gonna do is in Inkscape, when you click on the square, the first click is gonna add a rotation. The second click is gonna add a scaling handle. You'll notice this, I'll zoom in so you can see it. Okay, and as you can see, here you have the rectangle, and we click it again, you have the rotation, and that's what you want. Now, in order to control and have it snap on each rotation, you hold down Control, and I want it just like that. So what you want to do is, once you get it to this point, this is going to form the point at the top of the raindrop. All right. Next, I'm going to zoom out, holding Shift and pressing the mouse wheel down, getting my circle, holding down Control, and that should be good enough. Now, I'm going to overlap these two, and you're going to see that raindrop begin to form. All right. So now I'm going to resize this. I'm going to make sure that my snaps are on. And in order to turn the snaps on, snaps are over here. You'll see a magnet, and you want to press that magnet. And these are the different options for the snap. And there's different things you can snap on. I'll go over that more in another video. So here, I'm just going to click here and make sure that this shape is going to snap right on the corner. Okay, now that it's snapped, I'm going to resize this guy, holding Control right there, and I'm going to bring it on down. All right, now I can begin to resize and resize. There's my raindrop. All right, and then now I take this, same thing, Path, Union. All right, now I just want to make it a little skinnier, and then I can go into my node manipulator, and I can just take the single node, I can move it up, and don't worry about it if it's a little misshapen. You can always change the type of node or delete a node. I'm just going to delete this node, and you can change and manipulate things here. So here I just manipulated those nodes. Same thing here. Here's another node. You don't necessarily need it. So you can always manipulate those nodes. So I'm going to zoom out. Now I can add the raindrops to my clouds. So I just have to shrink them down and adjust them. Add a little bit of rotation. Zoom in. Now obviously you could use a pen tool to make these raindrops, but I just opted to use two shapes and join them. And that's the perfect symbol for me to represent a cloud. All right, now I'm ready to take this and I'm going to take the bottom one, and that's going to be one of my patches. So now I can group these together. Right click, group. Just going to shrink it down, and I'm going to zoom in so you can see that I'm going to make sure that it fits nicely into my window for the patch. And there it is. So in this particular patch, I'm going to color it black. Okay, you're going to notice that when it's black, it's going to do the vector etching. Okay, the red outline is going to cut it out. But I also need to do another variation of the same patch, and it's going to be inverted. So that way the leather will show through. Once it's burned on the laser, the leather will show through. Now I'm going to subtract the shape again. This time I'm going to turn the fill and this particular shape black. I'm going to take this and make it white just for the demonstration and purposes of so you can see it. I'm going to select both of these shapes, and this time I'm going to do difference, which is like subtracting. There we go. Center, centered. All right, looks great. So let me zoom out. And now you can see I've got different patches here, different iconic shapes, different patches for some different hats that I need to make. So hopefully you enjoyed the design segment of this video. Now we're going to take these and turn them into these. So that's the next step. We're going to go over to the laser and cut these out so that way we can sew these onto the hats. Let's do it. For the first step, I'm going to use this piece of excess laser I've had. As you can see, I already cut 3 patches out. So I'm going to use this piece to cut out that new cloud patch we made on the computer. And I'll use another piece for the hammer patch that I made on the computer. All right, let's get to it. Here you can see one of the patches I already have loaded up here. This software is called K40 Whisper, which is also a free laser software. And as you can see, the 3 colors it uses is black, blue, and red to figure out how it etches out the patch. Now you can see the cloud patch that we designed in Inkscape. And we're going to take this cloud patch and we're going to load that up. It's already loaded up. And once I hit laser etching, it's going to go ahead and burn the black areas. And then when I'm ready to cut the patch out, I hit vector cut. Ladies and gents, so the patches turned out awesome. So the next step is I'm going to take these patches and add them to the stack of hats. We're going to do that by sewing. The hats and these patches will be available on CLO Learn Shop. The patches will come in sets of 4, and you can apply this with heat and bond. So you don't necessarily need to know how to sew. You just put your iron on, apply it to whatever garment you want to put this on, and it will stick to it. Since the patches are done, I'm going to take these patches and sew them onto the stack of hats I have here. Alright? So that's the next step. Let's get to work. Guys, I had a blast making this video. You can pick up a hat such as this one here or here at CLOLearnshop.com. Also, if you'd like to pick up a set of patches or your very own hat or beanie, visit CLOLearnshop.com and you can pick up these items on the website. Hopefully you learned something new about Inkscape and how to make logos and graphics with Inkscape. There will be course offerings online. Courses will be available soon on logo design and Inkscape. Also in my course, we'll be doing more advanced designs such as this car magnet right here. Lots of colors and gradients and learning about layout design. Also, you can check out these courses at CLOLearnshop.com. Be sure to like, share, comment, and subscribe. And once again, stay close to God, have fun designing, and guess what? I'll see you on the next video. Take care. What's up, everybody? This is O with CLO Ed TV. Today we're actually going to be making our own measuring tools. So we're going to be making our own rulers today. We'll be using a free software called Inkscape, and I'll leave the link in the description below. The cool thing about making a custom measuring tool is you can design them to your very own needs. I've always wanted a ruler where you could actually take the measurement and read them from left or the right side and not have to read the numbers upside down. So I couldn't find a ruler that was already designed this way, so I had to design my own. And that's what this video is about today. We're going to go ahead and design our ruler in Inkscape, take it to the laser and cut it out. And the materials we'll be using today is acrylic and also PVC. Okay, so the first thing you want to do is basically set up your grid. Here I'm just setting my page size to what I want. And where it says grid units, make sure you switch that to inches. All right, now the spacing means the distance each grid line is going to take. So you have your spacing X and spacing Y, and I just did those at 1/4 of an inch. If you want your ruler more accurate, you can go 1/8, 16th, or even 32nd. All right, and that's what you want to do first. So the next step essentially is going ahead and pulling down your guideline and starting to draw your ruler. Now I may use the rectangle. Now here it looks a little rounded on the ends, but that's only because there was a chamfer. I went ahead and took that chamfer out, added a simple color to it just for visibility. And once you have that, now you can move on to making your marking lines. And if you set your grid up properly, all you have to do is resize your lines and basically put them in place where you want them to show. And I put a line every 1/4 of an inch. Okay, and so once you do one set of lines, if you have your distances measured properly, you can just copy a set of marks and then repeat and copy and paste them over. Once you have that set, you want to go ahead and save yourself some time. So go ahead and copy your first side of your lines and copy the whole set and over. Then you're going to flip them. So now what I'm doing here is just basically putting in place my numbers for each measurement using the text tool. And once you have your whole row set up, you can copy and paste over your second set of numbers, flip them, and then flip each individual number. Now I wanted a ruler that measures from both sides, so this is why I had to do this. But if you're doing a one-sided ruler, you don't need numbers on both sides. This is just what I wanted. And so now I'm just inching and cinching each number in place and making sure it's facing the proper way. All right, last few details. You want to make sure that the item that you're engraving is going to be engraved in black and cutouts are in red. Okay, and I'm just adding a little hang feature here with a hole at the top of the ruler. And just for a little style, a little spice, I want to add my custom logo to it. And that's the cool thing about making your own ruler. You can customize it and make it however which way you want. So now I'm here just putting the logo in place and pretty much it's ready to go. All right, now I've got the ruler saved on my flash drive. Let's go ahead and take it to the laser and get these rulers cut out. Okay, I've got everything loaded in the K40 Whisper. So all I gotta do is hit engrave first, and then we're gonna run the cut path. All right, let's get into it. I'll come back when the laser is close to the end of the engraving. Okay, the engraving is now finished. Next we're going to do the cutout. All right, let's see how they turned out. Okay, very cool. So all I got to do is just clean it up, and we'll look at the final result, and let's run a couple more colors. All right, let's get some more colors done. I was really pleased with how the colors came out. If you guys would like to support the channel and pick up a ruler, they will be available at clolearnshop.com in 5 different colors. Okay, here I'm just demonstrating how you can measure from both sides 2 directions without even flipping the ruler over and having to read the numbers upside down. Now with the clear ruler, you can actually see through it. At CLO Academy, we'll be going over how to make speed squares, also measuring tapes and other forms of measuring tools in those courses. And this video is a small demonstration of what you could do with your own creativity. Guys, I really appreciate you tuning in on this video. If you would like to support the channel, you can pick up your very own custom CLO ruler, and links in the description below. Also, if you would like to support CLO Academy, there is a donation link right on the screen and also in the description link below. Any amount will be appreciated, and as we continue to build the Academy, we will make sure we recognize all our donors. Guys, I hope you enjoyed this video on how you make your very own custom ruler, and drop some comments in the comment section below and tell me what type of ruler you would design, and also some ideas that you may have on making your own custom ruler. I really appreciate you tuning in. Can't wait to see you on the next video, and take care. I'll see you on the next video. Peace. Hey everyone, so we are here at the part 2 of making the shoe sole. Now this particular part is very important because you're actually making the mold to where the rubber will be poured, and that way we can make our custom made soles to attach to the shoes. So let's go ahead and get into the video. Hopefully you guys have been having a good week. All right, here we go. Okay, so guys, what we have on the table here are 2 examples of the heel, and we actually have a mirroring design. If you can look here, we have the left heel and the right heel of the sole mold. Now before I can pour the mold, I have to make a box to go around the mold. Also, you have these here, which are samples of different rubber. They have different flexibilities and hardnesses, okay? And you can actually dye and add color to these. So with that being said, you want to make sure that your rubber fits well with your shoe design and that it will pour well into the molds. Okay, right now we've got the toe part of the mold printing, and so that way we'll have 2 halves, and that way the rubber sole will be easier to remove once the liquid rubber is poured. So I'm going to go over to the computer and show you exactly how I designed this particular mold for the shoe sole. Alright, let's go over there. In this diagram here, you can see there are 4 operations that you can do in 3D modeling. You can join 2 objects together, but I opted to subtract the shoe from the mold. So that's what I did. So I used the Boolean operation to subtract the actual sole from a block. Let's see how that's done. Okay guys, just a quick reference. This here, in this area right here where this is gray, is the actual shoe sole, okay? And all I did was take a basic block and stretched it out, and then took this shoe sole and just subtracted right from it, okay? And so that way I have my left and right sole also split that square up. And so that way once it's split, you can actually move that around, as you can see, just like that. And the only reason why I had to split it up is because my printer bed was not big enough to have the whole mold, okay? So once you get that, you export it in your file, and then you're ready to print, okay? But that's basically what you do. You do a Boolean operation, and that subtracts from the square, and then you get your mold. Okay, so here's the actual shoe design which the sole is going to go on. And once again, if you want to see how this shoe was actually made, go over to thimblebook.com and you can see a video on those details there. But this is an old sole that I pulled off of an old shoe. It's cracked and worn out. But as you can see, once you grab a mold, the heel fits pretty much perfectly in there. Now, if you look there, you can see it fits perfectly. So instead of taking this old sole and trying to attach it to this shoe, we're gonna pour brand new soles using these molds. Okay guys, I wanna demonstrate how these two halves fit together. Basically, this is the mold for the right shoe. And as you can see, those two halves line up perfectly to form the mold. And I'll hold it up to the camera so you can see. And I did it in two different colors so that way I can actually see the difference in the shoe sole. So just to demonstrate so you can see it, I'm gonna put the old shoe sole in there. And there you go. Fits right perfect. So when I pour that rubber, this is gonna be that new sole that goes with the new pair of shoes over here. Hopefully over the weekend I can do some test pours, and early next week we will have a video out on how to actually assemble and glue the sole to the shoe. Guys, I really appreciate you tuning in today and looking at this update of part 2 on how to make a shoe sole. Also, if you haven't checked out my gaming channel, check out CLO Pixel Gamers. There I'm doing updated reviews for the year. Guys, I appreciate the subs, the subscriptions, the likes, and also the views. And if you learned something in this video, share it out. Guys, have a great weekend, and I'll see you on the next video. Take care, guys. Hey, this is O. Welcome back to the channel. Feels great to be back. I've been very much at work, working on a lot of projects, and there's a lot of stuff that goes off camera that I work on, such as signage. And here's a short video clip here.
You have to go from the other side?
Yeah.
Embroidery.
What was that?
Embroidery.
Man, you know what that is.
This year is going to be a very important year for CLO Education TV and CLO Pixel Gamers. Years ago when I made this channel, it was all about learning how to make things with access to materials that you have around you. As long as you're determined and skilled enough to learn about different techniques, then money's not an issue when doing creative projects like this. If you haven't seen the video on how this shoe was made from scratch, click on this video above. I'd like to showcase this nifty poster, one of my new designs, and this design was actually done in Inkscape. So if you would like to support my gaming channel, go over to CLO Pixel Gamers, or you can go to CLOLearnshop.com, and if you would like to pick up this new poster design, just click on the link below. Just in case for my new viewers, if you're not aware that CLO Design and Education does independent publications, we have 2 and currently working on a 3rd one of which is Mike the Inventor, and also Circle Bringing Artists Together. And on Amazon, there is a current sale. If you type in the title, Circle Bringing the Artists Together, there is a sale on Amazon. And I believe this book is going for $6.75. So definitely, if you would like to support the channel, you can pick up either book. This one's on CLOLearnshop.com, and this one is on Amazon. Today's video is all about making this automated pet puller to take things like this plastic spooling made from bottles and turning them into 3D printed filament. You will want to build something like this if you're trying to turn bottles into cordage and converting it into 3D printed filament that you can use in your 3D printer. So let's go ahead and check out how I assembled this thing over here in this clip. Okay, so these are the last two parts that I'm going to pull off. This one right here is the bracket A, and I had to print two of these because bracket B wasn't in the files. And then this large gear. So this is going to attach to the reel of the 3D prints. Normally I don't film the process of removing the parts, but I figured I'd show that so you guys could see. I always put a layer of glue stick on, make sure it has a nice adhesion to the bed, and that's just what I do. Let's see if we can get it off. There we go. And just so you can see the actual size of this gear, it is huge. That's my hand right there, so that's the gear. So this printer does print nice large prints. All right, let's get these parts to the table and see what we got. Okay, for your pet puller, you're going to need the various 3D printed parts here. I have the two legs, which includes the motor mounts. Also, I have a gear, small 12 tooth ratio, and then this is the 96 tooth ratio. Also, you're going to need an empty filament ring. Okay, so just an empty one like this. Okay, if you're curious to know how long these took, okay, these took about 2.5 hours to print each. This one about, I'd say 20 minutes, this one about 30, and the big gear took about 4 hours to print. When I first started off with this glue gun, it gave me a specific result, which is here it was pretty good, but it wasn't consistent on each end. That's because the nozzle tip is way too small. So I had to go ahead and pick up a bigger glue gun, also with a high and low tip setting, so that should really help out. Next up, you're going to need some kind of speed control. Now you can do this with a potentiometer, but today I'm just going to use the trigger assembly from an old drill, which has its own built-in sort of speed ramping potentiometer. Now I'm going to share a clip here. This is an assembly to a electric powered kayak that I used, and I use these in conjunction, and actually the old drill motor I had for an old Harbor Freight drill actually powered my kayak, but I'll probably make a separate video on that, especially with spring coming around the corner. Also, you're going to need a piece of wood to attach everything to. Okay, also one other thing I like to mention, if you don't have one of these motors over here, which I showed right over here, you can get an old drill that you may have and don't need or don't use where the motor still works. And bingo, there you see, there goes the motor right there. This one also has 2 internal batteries, but this is a way you can upcycle or salvage a motor out of an assembly like this. You're going to need something to cut the bottles with. Here I have a razor blade attached to a block of wood I turn on the lathe, but you don't have to do it this way. And there's a razor blade, and I just 3D printed this assembly, and it makes the banding out of just a plastic bottle, okay? And also you're going to need to choose a motor. So over here I have several different options. I'm thinking because this fits the assembly, although this is a little bit overkill, I'm going to go ahead and use this motor in particular, okay? So this is the motor that I'm going to use and attach to that worm gear. Okay, this gear was designed to have a more traditional reel that the 3D filament comes in. This is just one extra I had that was empty. And actually, I made an attempt to make some filament right here. And this actually comes from a ramen noodle cup, or no, I shouldn't say ramen noodle, but it comes from a cup noodles container. But I'll explain that more later. But I need to drill holes in here so that way I can put these zip ties in to hold these gears in place. All right, so that's the next step. And yes, these will be recycled. In video 2, I'm going to show how to take cups like this and plastic balls like this and turn them into 3D filament. And what I'll be doing is printing actual products that's going to be a fundraiser for the CLO Academy. So there's 3 ways you can support. 1, click on the direct campaign link below
and contribute that way. Or when the products come out that are made from recycled material, you can purchase that way. Or you can support the channel directly by clicking on CLOLearnshop.com, liking, sharing, subscribing to videos, and supporting the channel. Hopefully when we get the recycled filament down to a desired quality, we can print some cool stuff. But guys, if you want to leave some things that you would want to see 3D printed with a plastic bottle or a noodle cup, just let me know. Leave that comment in the comment section below. Guys, always a pleasure. Always enjoy you guys supporting the channel, commenting, watching, liking the videos. And guess what? I'll see you guys on the next video. Take care. All right, we've got everything milled down. Let's go ahead and run this through the shredder and see what we come out with. A couple of reasons why you would want to shred and store your own plastic is because you can actually heat this plastic up, remold it, and remanufacture it into new items. So I really look at this as another material resource. So this is a fun, creative way to do it. You can mix colors, such as I did here in this container, where I have a mixture of different plastics, also different colors. And you can mix these up and create many things. I've seen everything from handles to cutting boards to even tables made from recycled plastic. So essentially what you'll need for today's project is your string cutter. This can be made from a block of wood and a razor blade, okay? You're gonna need some scissors. Now preferably I use these with a point because I just like them. You're gonna need pliers to actually pull the string. You're also going to need stuff to store your shredded or milled down plastic with. And you will need a shredder. Now this particular shredder, I will leave the link in the description below. I got off Amazon, and this is a powerful shredder. I'll go more into details about that later, but this is what we'll be using to shred the plastic with. I've got each plastic type separated based off of what type of plastic it is. So this first group is PET1 or PETE1. And how you know, you go over here to the indicator right here, and it should have a triangle with a number inside. And right here is where you'll see the PETE1. Most of these will be shredded, and actually the caps here in this Gatorade bottle, the bottle is PETE1, but the caps and the ring around the cap are HDPE2. So that's the next plastic we're going to get into. So with the bigger bottle, we're going to turn into string, which we could turn into filament or plastic rope, as well as the milk jugs in the back. But with the smaller bottles, we're going to go ahead and shred those into plastic, such as this other plastic right here, which we can melt into other stuff. Okay, the next type of plastic is HDPE2. So bottles like this, such as this old shampoo bottle, will be HDPE2. How we can tell again? It will be marked right on the bottle. So let's see if we can focus here. And as you can see right there, let's see if I can get the camera to focus, is HDPE number 2. Okay, so all of these lids here, except for here, we're going to get into those in a minute. This yellow, clear, black in the lid are all HDPE2. So as you collect, you should be able to get, and I'll show you, a nice little collection of caps, and this is essentially where your color comes from, okay? So this is HDPE2. Similar in texture and flexibility is LDPE number 4. And I'll go ahead and get this cap here so you can see the marking, if I can get that in focus. Right, LDPE4. All right, this one I found to be more interesting. This McDonald's lid is actually a PP5. And I'll get into there and I'll show you how it looks in the actual noodle cup here. But this is actually a PP5. So this one is a little bit different type of plastic. In this noodle cup, it's the same PP05 right here. So I'm curious to know to look this one up. So I'm not sure what it is, but we'll look this PP05 or PP5 to find out what type of plastic this one is. This lid also is different
this one's denoted PS6. And I haven't seen a lot of lids denoted this way, and I'll try to get it in focus. Let's see if I can. PS6 right here. Up is a category that you'll see sometimes, which is actually number 7. Okay, there's number 7 right here, and 7, also 7 mark here, stands for other. Usually when you have a mixed plastic, you'll have 2. This one tells you it's HDPE and Evron. So that's a mix. We're gonna run into plastics that are not marked at all. So it's a guessing game when you mill these down and categorize these. So basically, you don't know what this is, but you can compare it to other plastics that you are familiar with and kind of categorize this. So me personally, I would categorize this as a HDPE, just by the way it looks and feels. Okay, essentially, I also wanted to mill plastics down and reuse them because I have several, as you can see, failed 3D prints. And rather than letting this plastic go to waste, I can mill it down and reuse it, such as this rotary blade for a trolling motor, okay? Or, for example, I have this vase, which I no longer need, or this little castle thing. So I really don't need these, but then I want to mill it down and 3D print something else from them. So that's another good use case of recycling plastic. Okay, let's prep our bottles first. So let's start here with the water bottle. All right, so first thing you want to do, cut the label off, get rid of that. We don't need this. All right, next step is to go ahead and take the cap off, and we want to put that in the HDPE category because that's essentially what it is. Now, pointy scissors comes in handy when you're trying to get this little locking lip up or seal. Now you can cut it and also put it in your HDPE. And now we have a blank bottle, but it's not ready yet. Either if you're making a string from this or if you're gonna mill it down, which we're gonna mill these down, you essentially wanna get the hole started at the top. Be careful when you do this. You wanna cut the top off. Okay, and essentially, we can mill this piece down too. Let's go ahead and get the rest cut. Okay, this is gone, all right? Set that aside. Now we have the bottle without the lid on top. So we're gonna cut the bottom as well. So we'll cut down the middle, just like this. And now this is for milling, not for the string. You're gonna cut it right down. Cut it on another side, just like this. Essentially you can cut it on 2 sides of the seam, and then cut across. So essentially you made something that can fit in your shredder, but if you open the top of the shredder, you can do more, but this is essentially what you're looking for. Same thing with the other side. Okay. Now all 3 of these can be milled into the shredder. So I'm gonna process a few more bottles and then we're gonna go over to the shredder so you can see what that looks like. All right, we've got everything milled down. Let's go ahead and run this through the shredder and see what we come out with. Okay, we've got our shredder here, also different settings at the top. So let's go ahead, we've got our plastic cutting sheets. We're gonna go ahead and mill it down. So I'm gonna turn it on forward, hear it running, and just start feeding your plastic through it. So I can adjust the camera a little bit. And as you can see, it's making shreds. Let's go ahead and knock it out. And essentially, you just want your plastic shredded up well enough so you can melt it and then shape it into whatever you want. So you can run it through a couple of times. You can also mod this to allow more bulkier pieces of plastic to be milled, but you got to take this top off. So I just wanted to show a way that you could do this without modding the shredder yet. But I will be modding this shredder so that way it accepts bulkier pieces of plastic. But this is an economical way. The shredders cost thousands of dollars. This is an economical way you can get into plastic recycling at home. All right. And so I'm gonna finish up milling these down. off camera and show you the end results of what I got. All right, so let me finish up and then we're gonna go to the next clip here. All right, let's see what results we got. Let's see in the camera, lots of good milled down. And you can run this plastic through again once you open it and have the hopper. But look at this, guys. This is small enough to melt down into various other molds and shapes. But this is perfect. Okay, you want to make sure you have a container to store your plastic in, and make sure you keep these plastics separated, okay? Put like for like. So this is the #1 plastic, okay? So if this was HDPE, then you will put HDPE together, all right? But this is not HDPE, okay? But it is all liking the same, all right? So essentially, you're looking at about 50 to 60 bottles milled down in this plastic container, all right? So let's look at some other plastics we milled down, and you can compare the style. Next, we're gonna, after we look at that, we're going to be turning bottles into string that will later be turned into 3D printed filament. All right, let's check it out. Okay, so here's the setup that I have, and essentially what you want to do is, however many notches you have, this just has 2, but you can add 3 or 4, however many you want. The height of the notch, as you can see right here, determines how big the strips are. So the bigger your notch, the bigger the strips. The smaller the notch, the smaller your strips. That's how this one works. So let's go ahead and clamp this one down and start cutting our bottles. Okay, you want it clamped down essentially with the blade facing whatever direction you're pulling against. So blade's facing forward, and I'll be pulling this way with the plastic bottle. Okay, so essentially with the bottle, you're just holding it down, and I've got the cutter set up on a flat surface, clamped down, and all you do is, see how this piece broke because I'm just starting it, okay? But you want to essentially get it started, take your pliers like we said earlier, and just start pulling the strips through. You want to hold this other side steady as you pull through, and there's your string. Now, the more durable your bottle is, the more stable your string cutting will be. So as you can see, I'm just pulling it through, and it's making my PETE #1 string. And later on, you can run this through a hot end and make it into 3D filament. But guys, isn't that cool? So, I don't know, what do you think? Are there some ways or some ideas you're getting from recycling old materials, bottles, plastics? Think about all the things you can recycle and maybe some new possibilities that you may never have thought of before. As a matter of fact, leave those in the comment section. What would you use an old 2-liter bottle or old clean bottle, plastic bottle for? An old soap bottle. All right? So you just continue to pull just like this, and it's easy. Once you get towards the end, you'll see what happens. All right, so I'm going to continue to pull. And as you can see, it's getting a little easier to slide through. And there you go. You can also cut this end as well too and bring it down some more. But I'm probably just going to mill this end down. All right, let's get to the next part of the video. So this is essentially is your end result. A bunch of long, and I mean this is probably 30 or so feet of string, okay? So from one bottle. I really like how I'm able to store all the different colors and types of plastic in these containers. I've always saved these food containers, and they really came in handy now. As you can see, I can sort everything by color and also by type. So over here I have some HDPE, and here I have some PP, which is probably propylene, and I have some HDPE too. So all here. All right. Good stuff. I would briefly like to talk about why you would want to do something like this. if you are trying to look for a great way to help the environment and recycle plastic items that you would normally throw away or recycle to a recycling center, you could do it this way. All right, so I was able to make some cording and banding out of different containers. Like this one came from a shampoo bottle, and this one came from a chocolate milk bottle. But it was really simple. All I had to do was clamp this device down. It has a razor blade right here, and you just simply screw it down and pull that string, and it turns it into this type of banding. Later on, I could turn this into a 3D filament. I was also able to shred different types of plastics. Here I have PP5, this is polypropylene. Also have some black polypropylene right here. And this is really cool. I was able to get several different colors, and you'll see it on the B-roll clip as I go through. But I was able to come up with different shreddings, and I had a lot of clear bottles because I had a lot of water bottles and different things of that nature, as you can see there. But overall, I was able to get these processed, and this shredder will be in the description. I'll go ahead and pull this over. This bonsai shredder did the job. It chewed this stuff up no problem. It is a 16 sheet shredder, and later on I plan, if I can be successful, guys, I will add a hopper, take the top off, so I can actually, let me get this over here, I can actually repurpose these 3D prints. I have a lot of failed 3D prints, or just 3D prints that I thought I needed but don't need anymore, so I can mill these down and then repurpose them into plastic molding projects or 3D filament. If you would like to support this channel, links are in the description below. Drop a comment if you learned something new on this video, and what would you like to see turned into from this plastic? Put some ideas in the comment section below, and possibly we'll get a video out there to see what we can do with it. All right, guys, always appreciate you supporting and watching the channel, and I'll see you on the next video. Take care. Today's video is all about making shelves with 3D printing and salvage wood. Hey guys, oftentimes when I'm working on projects, it's alongside of client jobs and orders that I have to fulfill, but sometimes I just need a break. So I have a special reading area, and today we're going to focus on adding some shelves to this area. Hey guys, I hope you're doing well today. I wanted to create an easy and functional way to install shelves on a wall to display special items or nifty things that will be conversation piece or things you would like to showcase in a living room or a common area. So recently I picked up over in my gaming channel a viewfinder, and I will put the inventor of the viewfinder right here. This thing brings so many childhood memories. I definitely wanted to showcase this, and also my Stirling engines. And if you haven't seen my video on how these work, click on the link above. This will explain everything about how to create electricity or power with something like this. So without further ado, I'm not going to talk your head off. We're going to get into what's involved in the video, and we're going to go ahead and get to work. Okay, for this project, what you're actually going to need is measuring tools such as your tape measure, a ruler, and a speed square. You're going to need a mallet to hammer in your wall anchors. Also, you're going to need some screws. You're going to need a stud finder, okay, if you want to accurately find your studs or electrical in the wall. I recommend a power drill, but if you don't want to deal with charging or automatic tools, I recommend at least you get something like this, which is a ratcheting screwdriver versus the regular plain one. All right, and these are all the tools that you'll need to do this installation today. Let's go ahead and get into the next step. Okay, so this is the area we're going to be installing the shelves at. So we're going to do two. One I've already prepped with the 3D printed brackets and the pallet wood stained a dark mahogany. Now the next one we're going to make right after we install this one, first thing you want to do is look for the studs in the wall. The old school method is knock on the wall. So when you hear the high pitch, that's when you're going to run into a stud. Let's see if we can see where the sound changes. Now, when you hear it go deeper, that's when you hit a shallow part of the wall where there's no stud. But when you hear that pitch go back up again, then you know you're in the vicinity of a stud. Let's get the stud finder and see if we can prove that out. By the way, for this installation and project, I'm going to have all the tools in the description below. We're going to use this stud finder, and let's start at the edge first where we know there's a stud. So you want to squeeze, and you want to start off squeezing the trigger, okay? And when you squeeze the trigger, it's going to start you off. Now, if this lights up, that means you're hitting electrical. But once you get closer and closer to the edge of the stud, then it beeps and lets you know where the stud is. So let's try it. All right, that's our edge, okay? Now, let's see if we can find another. Ah, that's our edge, right where the pitch got high. Let's try it again. So this is our edge where the pitch got high. Just like I said, higher pitch. Okay, let's see if we can find the other side of the stud. And there it is. So in between these two lines is where the stud is, right here. So let's try again to find another stud. And there we go. There's an edge of a stud over here. Now let's see if we can get the opposite side of that stud. And there it is. So that's where your stud is. So we got three. One right here, one right here, and one right here. All right, let's go ahead and get this shelf installed. All right, so in my main area, I want to display some items that I think are very unique, interesting, and conversation pieces, such as this Viewmaster right here. And I wanted to make a couple shelves in this area to go ahead and display those items. So what we're going to do today, we're going to make from scratch our shelves and brackets. We're also going to install them. That way you save that trip to IKEA. All right, let's go ahead and get to it. Okay, so let's talk about the first shelf first. I had pulled this piece of pallet wood off of an old pallet years ago and stained it, also painted the bottom black so it's nice and even. But I never got to installing it. So this is the first shelf we're going to do. So what we got to do is flip it on the bottom and install our brackets. Okay, just like this. Now what we could do is go on the wall and find the stud 16-inch on center and then attach it to this. So I might do that off camera first, get the spacing correct, and then come back and then install them. Okay guys, I can already tell this is nice and sturdy, okay? So now I have a place to put my little knickknacks here, so we're gonna decorate that in a second. Now let's get into building the second shelf. Guys, the 3D printed brackets are holding up nice and sturdy and great, and they didn't take long at all to print, so if you need to display some things on a shelf, this is perfect. So put a picture of my sister there. Recently it was her birthday. I know she passed and everything. My sister's birthday had just passed. She recently passed away last year, and the 31st of January was her birthday, so got to put her on the shelf. But let's go ahead and go on to the next shelf. We're going to build the wood part first, then I'm going to show you how I made, designed, and how we can 3D print the brackets. All right, let's get into it. All right, guys, so we're back in the garage. I noticed that I really don't need a too wide or too deep shelf. So just for the aesthetics and what I'm going for, I'm going to use this piece of wood. I like the weathered look to it. And what we're going to do is just take a 5-inch thick strip using the circular saw, and that should be enough. I was going to break out the table saw, but for something like this, you don't really need it. And then I'll finish up the width, which will be anywhere between 12 and 13 inches. I might go 13 on the miter saw. All right, let's go ahead and get to it.
Okay, here you want to make sure you set your circular saw to the right length. Make sure you clamp your wood piece down. Keep in mind that all power tools are very dangerous, so you want to wear safety gear and make sure you're cutting your pieces carefully.
Okay, now I've got my cut made here. So all I got to do now is take it to the miter saw and chop off what I want. I'm going to mark it first with the tape measure, get that speed square, make my mark, and then I'll tighten up the edges with the router.
Okay, here I'm just marking the ends of the shelf where I want them to stop at.
Okay guys, so there's one unfortunate thing that I found out about this piece of wood. It's actually a piece of chipboard or compressed board, and it has like a laminate on the outside. So therefore I can't really use my router to add any edges or bevels. I do have edge banding to finish up this side, but I'm just thinking I'm just going to leave it as is. I'm not going to paint it, stain it, nothing like that. And we're just going to get the brackets on there and install it on the wall. So let me show you how I designed and made these brackets and 3D printed them, and then we'll get this shelf installed on the wall. Let's check out a speed roll of the 3D print right here. What I wanted to demonstrate here is this is the actual design of the bracket, and I can show quickly how you can make something like this. Basically, you could just use a cube, extrude both sides, and add a hole on the inside for your screw holes. But this is the basic bracket that I made for the shelves, and you can find this at CLOLearnshop.com if you want to download the file to print, or if you would like to purchase a set, visit CLOLearnshop.com and you can find them there. Okay, so the easiest way to demonstrate this is to start off with a basic cube like this. You're going to select the cube, hit tab. Now over here you can select vertices, edge, or face. You're going to select the face. You're going to choose a face, okay? You're going to hit the letter E to extrude it. Now I'm just going to bring it out and also hit G and bring it out on the X-axis. So I'm going to grab the top now and also hit E and go up. Now I'm going to zoom out, and you can already tell that this is kind of forming the shape of that L bracket. So you might be wondering, well, how do I get that smooth edge in there? Select the edge tool, hit Control B, and all my keystrokes are listed here. You're going to choose that angle and roll the mouse wheel. That allows you that smooth curve to rotate through. Also, if you want the ends of your bracket to taper or come down, you can always adjust the edge by selecting the edge, and I'll zoom in so you can see it. And then I'm going to move it, G, on the X-axis and taper it. I'm also going to bring this other edge out, and that gives me that smooth angle. And so I'm just going to repeat the same thing over here. Grab this edge, move it along the X-axis, and also I'm going to bring this down on the Z-axis. And right away you can already tell that we're forming that bracket, okay? Now there's other ways you can access and move this around. You can actually choose your arrows and grab them from the arrows if you're more used to that. But it all depends on what you want to do. So this is as simple as it is to make your L bracket for your shelf.
Once you've 3D printed your brackets, you want to go ahead and secure them to your newly cut piece of wood. And it's just a matter of installing them on the wall at that point.
Okay, this is the area where the second shelf is going to go. One thing you want to be wary about is electrical, okay? So you already know in between the studs, you're going to find that this electrical is running up somewhere and more than likely is attached to one of the studs. So use your stud finder to find that electrical and do not screw in it. So I'm going to find a spot that I like. I want to set this one kind of a bit lower, right above the switch box right here. And I think I like this area over here. So I'm going to tack it here. First, I'm going to find my electrical, tack it, and then get it done. All right. Okay, notice how this light came on. That's letting us know that there is electrical right there. Let's see if there's electrical on the other side. Okay, no electrical on the other side. Let's see if we got electrical up here. Yes, we do have electrical up here. Seems like we have more electrical in this area. So we have to be really careful not to attach the electrical. I think it's safe to say we can attach to the edge and then go on the opposite side of that. Okay, as I said before, same trick. One side is screwed in while we sit there and level the other side. And that's level. And in this case, we do not have a stud to land on. So what I'm going to do is mark that right there. We're going to set a drill through it and put an anchor there. Okay, so we've got a bit here that is comparable to the size of our anchor. So we're going to drill a hole in the wall. We're going to tap this anchor in here, and then we're going to screw a screw in there to hold our shelf in place. Okay, so in today's video, we learned how to install shelves and also make these shelves from scratch. We learned how to 3D print the brackets, also to cut the wood that goes to be screwed into the brackets that's tied into the wall. We also learned how to find the studs in the wall, the old school method by knocking and listening for the sound, but we also use a stud finder in order to find electrical and also the studs in the wall. I wanted this video to be easy and informative. Also, if it's your first time installing anchors in the wall, I wanted to show an easy way to install those anchors so that way you can install shelves anywhere you would like on the wall. Also, I wanted to make a simple way to design shelf brackets that you can do in Blender and also 3D print them on your printer, and that saves you a trip from going to the dollar store or going to a place like IKEA to pick up some shelves. You can make them from reclaimed wood and 3D printing your brackets at home. Guys, if you learned something or enjoyed this video, please go down to the description in this video below and support the CLO Academy. We are taking donations on GoFundMe in order to support the building of the Learning Center, where we're going to learn things like recycling, engineering and manufacturing, graphics design, and things like this. So if you can, go down to the link, support. Any amount is definitely appreciated. Definitely check us out in the next video, and we're always appreciative of you coming by and stopping by to watch us. So let me know in the comments if this is your first time installing shelves, Or if you've ever been afraid to screw into the wall because you don't want to hit electrical, or you don't know how to anchor a shelf so it's nice and sturdy without finding studs. If you would like to find the 3D print file for these brackets, or if you would like to actually purchase a set of brackets, you can go to clolearnshop.com and the link will be in the description below. Soon I would like to make a video to where these actual shelves are not made out of wood, but actually old recycled plastic that's melted down and pressed into a press to make a flat board of plastic. I'm always thankful to see you here. So guys, take care and I'll see you on the next video. Peace. I'm going to investigate the Stirling engine. Listen guys, I had to share this information with you. This Stirling engine is amazing. While we learn about different ways to create energy on CLO Ed TV, you want to gain those informations and then use it and apply it to your own life. Let's look into it. So today we're going to look into two types of Stirling engines. One is the beta formation, and I'll get into that and explain that more later on in the video. And this is the alpha version of the Stirling engine. And what what a Stirling engine simply does is converts heat energy into mechanical energy. All right, these were widely based off of the steam engines, and this particular Stirling engine was invented in 1816. So let's go over some of the facts dealing with the Stirling engine. Robert Stirling, born in 1790 in Perthshire, Scotland, died June 6, 1878. He is best known as the inventor for the Stirling engine. He was granted his first patent in 1816 for what became known as the Stirling cycle engine. His company manufactured engines from 1818 to 1922. These engines were used to pump water on farms and to generate electricity. Later attempts to develop the Stirling engine for commercial use proved largely unsuccessful, though its potential for quiet operation, multiple fuel sources, high efficiency, low pollution, and high power density continues to hold considerable attraction for researchers. Stirling engines were powered by an external heat source to force pistons forward and backward within the cylinders that contained them. In modern engines, fuel is ignited, creating a combustion which drives the engine. In the Stirling engine, the gas chamber is actually closed and therefore keeps the gaseous container sealed. This is the fluid that drives the piston forward. Let me go ahead and move this flame off of the engine. I'll go ahead and take that and turn that off. You can probably hear the engine slowing down, and I'll just give that as some visuals for the other camera. The Stirling engine basically is a way to convert heat energy into mechanical energy. I was really interested in finding out more about this engine because I love learning about ways to create electricity. That's a part of engineering, electrical engineering, that I enjoy learning about. So what we can do in this segment, I'm going to light the flame back up, and we're going to hook up what's known as a voltmeter. What we're going to use this for is actually to check the DC voltage, which means how much direct current this Stirling engine converts heat energy hooked up to a generator, and guess what? That generator is going to produce electricity for us. So let's get the engine back started, and then we're going to get a readout of how much power this guy can produce. Let's get into it. So I'm going to go ahead, light my fuel source, and like I said, You can use a candle, but in this preference, I'm using something that doesn't create soot, keeps it nice and clean burning, and doesn't create a lot of mess, because oils or like a candle you can use, but it's going to create a lot of soot. All right, so I'm going to let the chamber heat up here. This is part of the Stirling engine that's heating up. Once it heats up decently, it will start. Now I'm going to pull this. It may start right away, and it pretty much did. That's amazing. First try. So what I'm going to do is attach, and I'll have a secondary camera over here. I'm going to attach the probes of the voltmeter to these two prongs right here so we can see how much electricity we're generating. All right, voltmeter's on, and I'll go ahead and put this down here. I got to flip the engine around. Bear with me so I can see what we're producing. So one thing you'll notice is while this engine is running, the more revolutions and the more speed it picks up, guess what? The more current it's going to produce. So right now we are producing, according to the camera, looks like 43 milliamps, okay? 43 milliamps. All right. Let's try it again. See if I can hold these steady enough. It's looking like 56, 55, roughly 55 to 65 milliamps. It just jumps up and down. Now, what that simply means is right now, the heat is causing the pistons to move and move that energy around in the closed chamber. And guess what? That spinning motion, we're capturing that energy. When we capture the energy, we got to direct it somewhere. And so that's the purpose of using a small motor to generate electricity. When you add energy to a motor, it will spin. Okay? But if you spin the motor, if it's the right type of motor, guess what? When you spin the motor, it'll make electricity for you. Isn't that interesting? So think about the different ways you can use this application. Could you heat a candle? Could you heat a firewood stove? Is there excess heat generated from an air conditioner compressor or a refrigerator compressor? Imagine utilizing all that waste heat and seeing what you can generate from it. Right now, we're taking that 56 milliamps and connecting it to an LED. And if you look, it is lit. Okay? Here, I'm going to put that by the voltmeter for the camera so you can see that it is lit. Okay? So, perfect application. While I have this LED candle right here, you could use something like this to charge the LED candle to generate light for you. So these are some of the ways to consider it. So we've taken isopropyl alcohol, lit it with a lighter. That lighter is heating the air in the chamber. That chamber is getting moved from the heated air and pushes the piston. That piston moves the hot air to the cool air. The other piston pushes the cool air back to the hot air. And it happens over and over and over again. So that, in essence, is the Stirling engine. Well, I hope you enjoyed this episode of engineering and learning more about the Stirling engine. I've left links in below if you want to research more on the Stirling engine and how it was invented, and some other videos you can look into. If you're interested in picking one up, I'll also leave those links in the description below. Guys, I enjoyed this video, and I hope you learned something new. Take care. Today is all about organization. I'm a strong believer that being organized makes you more efficient, also saves you time, and allows you to find things very quickly and easily. So that's what today's video is all about. Using common things you can find around and actually turning them into a storage solution. Some of the items we'll be using in today's video are a common jar. Now in this case, I use the yogurt jar. This is a weed jar. And I really like the styling, the tapering up top. Also the cool label they put on there. So this is just my personal preference, but you can use anything from pickle jars to any type of jar that you have an excess of. The second item we're going to turn into organization are tins. They could be as small as an Altoid tin. I 3D printed an organizer where you can store change right here, which is very cool. And something like this will allow you to find a specific amount of change right then and there. I'm gonna pull this other Altoid tin out. Now this one, I have a little bit different organization. In this one, I actually have some CR123 batteries, rechargeable batteries, and instead of them having them roll around in a container, I've 3D printed a holder that fits right into the Altoid tin. I can close it up and put it right in there. All right, time to get into the build. Okay, so we have everything that we need. Before we can make the storage cabinet, we have to get the measurement of the actual caddy that's going to hold the Altoid tins. When you're building something, you want to make sure you have the proper tools. One of which is a ruler, and you might use a tape measure if the item or the thing that you're building is going to be bigger. Make sure the rule has inches and centimeters and millimeters on it, and also a set of calipers. Now this particular one, I'll leave the link in the description. Comes with a set of 2, but with this you'll be able to get precise measurements inside and outside of particular objects. I'll make sure to leave a download link for this particular Altoid tin. Also, I'll come up with a design of my own available on my website at clolearnshop.com. So be on the lookout for that. All right, so I'll make my sketch real quick. Just a basic box. And that's all we need. From this point, we're just gonna transfer the measurements over, so that way we can cut our pieces of wood to surround the drawer. For the drawers, we'll be using press board and MDF. Now, here's the thing. I pulled this particular MDF off of some old furniture somebody was throwing away. Now, the purpose of this is to upcycle and recycle. So don't feel as if you have to buy materials. You can outsource and find materials from pallet wood, toe kicks, and things that won't cost you anything in materials. Always look for materials that you can upcycle and recycle to use for your projects. So I've already done my measurements for the particular part of the box here, which is 4 inches in the front, 5 inches on the side, or 5 1/8. Now, I want to make sure that I can still grab the Altoid tins out. So I'm gonna make the size of the drawer, normally I would go all the way up. I'm gonna make the size of the drawer stop just shy of the thumb rest to pull out and I'll demonstrate that real quick. So you need enough clearance here to go ahead and reach in and pull the Altoid tin out. Now one thing I noticed about building this mini cabinet is that what's interesting is if you were to stack 2 of these Altoid tins and set these just like this, they're about the same height. So that's pretty interesting. I might consider that when I'm building the mini cabinet. And 3.5 inches in the front. All right, lastly, we got to do the weed jar. So let's see the width, 8.25, 5.5 inches. Okay, so for review, we've got the main design for the entire caddy or cabinet, mini cabinet for the tin organizer and jar organizer. So at the top drawer, we have the 6-jar drawer for the weed jars. We have the caddy that holds 10 Altoid tins, which is 5 in each caddy. And on the right side, we can hold 2 T10s, okay? Over here, we have the drawer size for the Altoids, for the weed jars, and for the tins. All right, now let's get to building.
I won't forget this. Why do I regret this? In my mind, reckless. Thoughts are feeling endless. Sitting up, I'm breathless. Anxiety's infectious. I feel so defenseless, betrayed and embarrassed. I hate being open. I hate being broken. I feel like an ocean filled up with emotion. Anger ain't a potion. Rub it on like lotion. I can feel it soaking, reopen. The scars have awoken. I can't move on till I let go. I feel so lost, never at home. Need to be strong, every breath hold. Cause I can't move on till I let go. I can't move on till I let go. I feel so lost, never at home. Need to be strong, every breath hold. Cause I can't move on till I let go. The pain makes it real. I don't wanna feel. I just wanna kill the bad thoughts and steal a good thought and feel. I'm just lost to feel. I'm just lost to feel. I need time to heal. I can't steer the wheel. Cause this driving kills and it gives me chills. A nice road it feels. I slip off the field and crash all the steel. Will I ever heal? I can't move on till I let go. I feel so lost, never at home. Need to be strong, every breath hope. Cause I can't move on till I let go. I can't move on.
All right, I've got all the parts cut up and separated. Over here is the weed jar drawer. I'm gonna nail and glue this one first. Over here is for the T10. And I've got the single drawer for that holds 2. And in the front right here, I also have the Altoid 10 drawers, and that's enough for a set of 2. If you haven't seen the video where I created these knobs out of wood, then check out this link right here. Definitely watch the video, very cool, and it'll show you step by step how to make knobs like this for furniture. All right, so let's get these drawers nailed and glued up. Okay, next up is the 10 drawer. All right, I've got all 3 drawers built out. Everything looks good, works well. Now I have to build the cabinet to go with these drawers. Later on, I might use screws because I might want to rearrange the orientation, but essentially this will be at the top. This will be either on the left or the right side, and these two will stack next to each other. So now we got to build the box. Another thing I like to mention, this is the deepest drawer from front to back. So as long as I designed the cabinet to be long enough to fit this drawer, it should look flush from the front. Okay, now it's really taking shape. I have to make some minor adjustments, but overall it's looking good. Gonna make the second shelf and then eventually just patch it up and touch it up with some paint. But so far, so good. Okay, everything's looking good so far. I got all the pieces in place. Got to nail a couple nails down at the top. But overall, I think it's ready to go. For the backing, I'm going to stick with the upcycle theme and just use a piece of cardboard as my backing. I could either double it up or use a thinner piece of material. But since most of my material I have is pretty thick, I'm going to go with the cardboard, either single layer or double layer, and then give this cabinet a coat of paint and it'll be ready to go. All right, let's get it done. All right, the bulk of it is done, minus touch-up and sanding. Since this is a quick build, I'm not really going to fill any gaps or anything. I'm just going to sand and put a coat of spray paint on it. But next time, or maybe when I get a little bit extra time, I'll add a little bit more attention to detail. But everything works. Drawers pull out just fine. Stops are added to the back. And yeah, everything works well. So on to sanding, and then we're going to put a coat of paint on it and give the final reveal. All right. I really love how the natural color of the weathering of the pallet wood turned out. As you can see, it really does organize and keep things nice and tidy. As far as the weed jars, that's the top. Over here, this drawer holds 2 tins. These 2 drawers right here actually hold your Altoids, and you can just access them as you need and put them back in. And also another Altoid tin drawer. And this turned out really awesome. Now I could just pull out my T10s, grab whichever one I need. I can pull the drawer completely out. Inside I have my charge plugs, and I can just pull one out, use it if I need. Once I'm done, put the tin right back inside. This turned out great, and what really made this special to me is all the materials on here are upcycled or recycled. These weed jars probably would have been sent to a recycling center or thrown away, but now they can be used. They have 3D printed lids, and they can be used for storage. These handmade knobs gives it a rustic look, and I think it's really cool that each one of these knobs was made from a branch from a tree. If you want to see how these knobs were made, go to this video here where I show how to make these knobs and also some 3D printed knobs. I really love how the natural wood of the weathered pallet wood contrasts well with the black paint of the cabinet. One of my favorite features is the Altoid tin drawer. Basically, it makes it so convenient. You can take your Altoid tin out, and there'll be another video on how you can take 3D printed inserts and put them into the Altoid tins. But I did touch on this a little bit in this video right here. So if you haven't seen why you should do 3D printing, there's a video that goes over that. So check that video out. So the cool thing you can do is basically cycle through, and Altoid tins, they have their own colored lids, so it's easy. You could even label these. Now for my next organization build, I'll probably pay a little bit more attention to detail and show how you really can take upscaled or recycled materials and make them look brand new. But that wasn't the objective for this project. It was to give it more of a rustic look, also to give it more of a weathered and aged look, and give it like a little artistic look with the contrast with the weathered wood. Also, no really beveled edges, just straight wood. I could have used edge banding or filled in the gaps, but I didn't want to do that. I just wanted to show what you could do by taking two materials that probably would have been thrown away, and you could make something very attractive. Okay, well, I hope you enjoyed the video. And if you enjoyed this video and learned something, please share it with a friend. Like, share, comment, subscribe. Also, check out the affiliate links below. Make sure to tune in next week. We'll be 3D printing and upcycling more materials. And also, I got a special engraving video for you coming out next week. I thank God for all I have, and I'm definitely thankful for you guys tuning in and supporting the channel. Guys, as always, stay close to God, enjoy your day, and I'll see you on the next video. Peace. Alright, for this build, we got a couple of things going on. First off, we got some very thick 2-inch board, and I want to make sure that this table lasted a long time. Now, we've also got some sticks here, which I'm going to turn my dowels. So we got to get dowels in this thing, we got to get it glued up, and that way we can make the river in the middle of the table for the epoxy. Alright, let's get to work. Alright guys, so for the next step, I got to get these two boards glued together. How I'm going to do that, I'm going to go ahead and pre-drill my pilot holes for these homemade dowels. And I've already got the holes marked on both boards. Once I get these dowels tapped in and glued up, while the glue sets up for these two boards, I'm going to be welding the legs together. Alright, so let's get to work. Alright, everything is glued up now. I got the clamp set. It's going to sit overnight, and tomorrow morning I'll be cutting the river for the epoxy through the middle. In the meantime, I'm going to be working on getting the pipe cut for the legs and getting it welded up. Alright, let's get to it. Alright guys, I wanted to take a little break from all the cutting and welding. So right now what we're going to do is get a digital mock-up of the different river designs that we can do. For this design, I took a top-down picture of the tabletop, and I'll be using Affinity Designer as my design program. Alright, so this is my second design. It's a little bit more smooth, and then maybe I'll do something similar to this but add some circles, maybe give it like a amoeba look to it. I'm satisfied with the third one, but maybe I want to add some circles, maybe some more curves to this one. So I'm going to refine this one. We might be close, and then I'll do a couple more. Got my design set up in easel, ready to cut, and the bit size set to almost 1 inch, and all we got to do is hit carve, and it will start going. All right, let's get to it. Look at the dust on this thing. Now it's a matter of cleaning up and seeing what we got as far as the river. All right. Today is all about getting the epoxy poured on the coffee table. I did a little test pour to figure out how it would do, and so far it's looking pretty good. The main objective is to go ahead and get this leveled, and that way I can continue and finish out the pour. Right now I'm using a 2-part epoxy, platinum resin, and got a mixer dye up there, get it all mixed up and poured. Oh, other thing to mention, make sure you're putting the caulking around all the edges when you're pouring this. I'm using a melamine board underneath, so make sure that you seal it, otherwise the epoxy will leak out and spill everywhere. So make sure that the table is sealed around so that way no epoxy leaks through. All right, let's go ahead and get this thing poured. I can tell by how it's reading. Right, this is pretty glazed coat. So if you're looking for more of a matte finish, you will put a matte mixer in there at this point. At this point, this is what the tabletop looks like before the glaze coat. So if you're looking for more of a matte finish, this will be more of what you're looking at right here. All right. But this looks fine just as is, but I like that glaze coat to give it a hardened surface and help extend the life of the table. All right.